as a test, I'm back on again, but I'm doing a test here just to see. Not seeing much CPU usage, so I wonder what's going on here. Where are... multi-track video? No. Add-ons? No. Audio encoder. Profile high. That significantly improves things. But then again, this is already a simple scene, so let me start with that, and let me rerun Baricanna just to see what's going on. Whoa, that is much smoother. Yeah, this is a lot what I'm expecting to see. And it's still the same base 2000 frames per second. Yeah, this is so much smoother. Was a bit of a slowdown. Yep, it's slowing down again. Wonder what's going on with this slowdown. This seems strange. Because it's definitely going to make things a little harder to play than usual. This is one of my completed, well, nearly completed level maps. Puffs. Final key there. Pitchfork. Town of Baricanna. Didn't I have boxes here? Save point here. Notice a little prompt up here in the corner. That's a question prompt. I don't have saving implemented just yet. Of course, if you choose no, this is actually a normal thing. It's just a temporary thing, of course. Baricanna, this is just the sign. Changing level maps. And there's Prince Calvin. He tried to jump. All these NPCs I've got here. Not sure exactly how I'm going to deal with the issue with the stuttering that's going on, because I've never experienced that, and it should be running 1,000+ frames per second. So I wonder if something's going on with the streaming itself, or if there's like a hardware mode going on, or something going on like that. I'm not sure what. Slowly walking up the slope, and it's too steep. If you want to speak to an NPC, notice how this one's in the background. So just simply press and hold up, and then press and hold the jump confirm button. And that's how you can speak to any one of them. And the arrow to the right means this character has more to say, so just simply, then this down arrow here means that it's going to be a character change. Okay, and then another character change. More to say, more to say. Character change, more to say. The X means that there's no more. These are shops. This is the magic shop, but currently I don't have functionality added in. This odd thing here is a torch. These are springs. You can either walk off the edge of them like that to get a speed boost that way, or you can press and hold up for a bigger speed boost, for a height boost, or just press and hold down to maximize the speed. This is the item shop here. More torches on the sides of the buildings. This is the inn. This is where you go to restore your HP and MP. That's just a decorative building. Horses there. Notice how that one is in the foreground here, and that one's in the background. This NPC is in the back. Press down, and then you can speak to her. Fast forward through all that. So that's the basics of interaction with NPCs. I can see my position and stuff like that, the speed. Town hall, rental, weapon shop, unmarked, probably regular house. That's Prince Calvin again, another inn. This is where you go to do your training and stuff, Mitchell Ranzius. Normally you'd actually get a list of different choices showing up right here for which training course you want to go to, and then the training levels would load. This is the only town that will actually have a training course. Horse, gotta love the ever-present horse in towns. And you'll see these Baricanna emblems a lot. Here's Princess Karen. Tax collector? Oh no! Here's getting into the castle's grounds. I love the fence. And then this is where you'd go to visit the king and queen, but I don't have functionality on those doors just yet. You might recognize that emblem there. And then, of course, a whole bunch of horses. Security and registration because you're entering into another country, and there's an invisible wall right here. You can't go any farther left. Notice the signs. That's the Solaren Kingdom going off that way. This is the Kingdom Gate. Baricanna Kingdom is off that way. Baricanna is named after the kingdom. Ah, crates. Gotta love those. You'll see those all over the place, especially in towns. Of course, if I really want to go up more speed, I can always bring up my debug menu, which with this, I can change just about any single parameter I want. Like, want to change equipment, like, okay, what happens if I upgrade to the next tier rod? What happens? This is what happens. This is the difference. And if I go up to the next step higher, and then there's the next one, then you got your ultimate rod. And of course, you got different shields as well. Different accessories, different armors. Go back to the defaults. Level, in case you're wondering, max is at 999, which will take a long time to get. And then these are, I believe, the potion bonuses. So if you collect a potion from a treasure chest, that's what will happen. Your stats will go up. But they're multiplied. Now watch. That was a change of 33. Now look what happens. I get 99 more now instead. Just from that one. Heavy armor is more for the physical side of the perspective. 540 goes to 688 in just a single potion. But normally you'd be getting a lot of level ups and stuff too. The different shields have different blocking properties. And if you're ever curious as to what something is, inquiry mode. That goes into such intense detail, almost right down to the mechanics, the formulas and stuff. Like, here's an example. That is how you calculate what your level and experience is going to be. And the core stats. Just looking at the chat here real quick. I have never played Zelda 2, so I have no data on that. And this would actually be an official description for like the magic stat. So if you want to raise the magic stat and you want to get some ideas on how that's done, well, inquiry mode. It's a very, very useful tool. If you were on like a PlayStation controller, you'd be pressing the square button, the equivalent of it anyway. And to get out of inquiry mode, just press the button. Who cares what the button is? Of course, with the debug menu, I can change the values to whatever I want. This is the amount of gold I carry. And of course, not all stats are treated equal either. Some things get some penalties. MP is actually a 13 ratio. In case you're wondering on that. Core stat divided by 48 plus 13 times however potions you've picked up. That'll determine the end result. Ah, I see why it was acting a little differently. I had it set to heavy. But yeah, 14s. Ah, the weapon. It's got a multiplier. In case you're wondering, notice the MP multiplier. That's why it's getting the 14s instead. It's a little more than 1. And I've color-coded these so you can get a sense. This is an orange because it's pretty low. It's pretty slow. In this case, use speed, you want that to be low. Like if you want a fast weapon, that is a fast weapon. But of course, it's got a really tiny range, so you got to get in so close to your enemy. And it also reduces your attack, but hey, it's a cheap weapon. And of course, if you go to higher tiers, things of course do change. And if you go with the ultimate ones, then yeah, you'll have how to obtain descriptions in there. Attack multiplier, that one is going to be an 8. Defense multiplier, that one's going to be 3 for potions. Magic and attack are effectively exactly the same, just scaled differently based on the classes, of course. And of course here I can instantly learn and unlearn whatever abilities I want. For another reference point here. All kinds of fun formulas to learn about all the inner workings of the game. And if I want to learn it, well, there you go. I just learned it. And now I've just unlearned it. That's how nice the debug menu is. I can change whatever parameter I want. Some of these, of course, I may not have updated. This section here is going to be in another category. And I'm going to have a separate combat debug menu for that one. But of course, for now, yeah, inquiry mode. Difficulty, there are 6 different difficulty settings. They all have a ton of aspects that they change. And the 27, I think, has actually been changed now. And in case you're wondering what all the different difficulties are, I do need to color code these and stuff like that, and I know the potion costs have been updated as well. I need to reference my design document to figure out what the new values are. And item drop odds, I need to change that because I now have 8 items being dropped instead. Newbie is the beginner, the most basic of all the difficulties. But it goes all the way up to diabolical, which is like so difficult. I'm actually wondering how one's going to be able to get started with a diabolical wizard that's got a dagger, for example, for a starting weapon. It's not very effective for any of that. And you can't cast spells too well when you got weak weapons. Of course, standard difficulty is the default. And there are going to be, in the base release, 6 total classes. These are the main 6 that come with the base version. Warrior, Fighter, Wizard, Tank, Paladin, and Sorcerer. I don't know if I've changed the parameters. No, I have not. These are out of date. These are old information here. So I will have to go through and update those. That's among my list of things I need to do. But the Fighter is the balanced class on every front. No strong points, no weak points. Tank is like all just raw defense. They have the best shield potential, shield blocking. And of course, Paladins are all about offense. And then Sorcerer is all about cast range. And of course, Warrior is all about physical combat. And Wizard's all about magical combat. Defenseless mode. Well, watch what happens when I select this. Notice how defense and spirit went to 0, but HP increased? You're basically having a trade-off. Everything in the game will have 0 defense and spirit, including even the super boss. But in exchange, HP goes up, so you get more HP to roughly compensate. Just another way of playing. And another difference is that when you have defenseless mode, when you add towards spirit and defense, HP increases instead. So you get multiple HP pools, so you can really increase your HP a lot by emphasizing on these. So that's the basics of my debug menu, of course. And you might be noticing, why are some of these in orange, whereas some of these are in red? The red just means you can't select it, but you can select it with inquiry mode. That's the only difference. Whereas these orange ones, I can select them all I want. But the red ones, can't select them, except for inquiry. That's all there is to it. Pretty simple, right? You will not be able to change classes mid-game. You will have to start the game from scratch again. All characters have all the same abilities, but what you can choose what they start with. I believe it's, you always have Cure, always. You always start with that. And then the second, I think it might be 2 or 3, I'm not yet sure or decided. But you can choose another 1 or 2 starting spells. It might be class dependent. Like for the Wizard, I might make it like 4 starting spells you can choose to start with. Whereas something like the Warrior, you'd only get maybe just Cure by itself, or maybe 1 extra. And of course, no longer need that. So let's see here. Yeah, I want to activate fast travel. High jump, status defender. Yeah, there's a lot of abilities. Double jump I always like having. Notice how movement is now faster? Just about to the edge of the town. Okay, and then this goes back to Harina Plains. That's a double jump. There's a moving platform there. Or I thought it was a moving platform. Nope, it's not. I've got some moving platforms though. Of course, with high jump you can take all kinds of shortcuts and stuff. Use the slopes to jump higher. Treasure chest. Currently, it's not supposed to be dropping things like these. The balls and diamonds, and I got a special debug tool where I can simply reset everything. 8 green balls like those are recovery balls. Found the slope and down it goes. Down that goes as well. Blue balls are for MP recovery. Did you see that potion? I don't know where that went. It's down here somewhere. Find the spring. You're still bouncing all over the place. But there's a funny thing. 13 MP. I just collected the MP potion. Yeah, with fast travel, you don't have any speed restrictions or anything like that. And that's normally a route that you wouldn't be able to take. In case you're wondering. This right up here, you would not normally be able to jump this. That would not be jumpable otherwise. And this is the Rat and Bat Cave. It's a good spot for leveling up early on, especially if you use this passage here. A whole bunch of stuff around here. Another thing to watch for. That was a locked treasure chest. Now it's unlocked. Balls? What was that? That is actually a secret passage. You might find a few of those. And that is actually something I have implemented in. Oh no! Out of keys! Well, I can always go find a key. So as far as other things go, I'm just going to take a shortcut over here. And I'm going to go to Helena Forest. If you notice on the cow, there is an animated tail. It's random for what happens. In case you're wondering on the sign. Beware the cave. It is a rat and bat nest. That's that cave I was just showing you. Whoa, ooh, fell in the water. Oh, notice how there's a crate up there. Some crates are designed like that so that they float. If you might have noticed the air meter showing up. Yep, now it disappeared because it got full air. Yes, you can drown and it's instant game over if that happens. Save point. Make sure you save your game often. You might notice the icon here. This just means there's a question prompt active. You can also press the cancel button to automatically choose the bottom option, which will basically be the exit option. Here's another pool of the river. And of course, if you need to get back out, you can just use the spring accordingly. This is mostly a completed level as far as I'm aware. I'm just showing how things are. If you might notice the mini-map in the corner over here. Okay. Oh. I was wondering what happened there. I paused the game without knowing it. Of course, double jump, you know, I can always take shortcuts. Balls! Ew, down they go. I love how they scatter about. Oh, that one found the slope and went up. Whoa, missed it. Oh, there is a moving platform here. And it leads to another platform. Care for some platforming action? That's where that leads. But where am I? I don't know. Ooh, what's with this red door? That is actually where one of the bosses is. If you have a fiend key, which is noted by these red keys here, you will be able to open that and fight the boss. Unfortunately, I do not have that implemented in yet, because I don't have combat working right now. Some areas, of course, you're going to require getting some new abilities, like that is too much of a jump. Okay, I can see what I need to do. Nah, didn't land. Got a nice little cave here. Some treasure and stuff in here. I always love opening treasures. Especially watching all the balls and stuff flying all over the place. Some really tight spots here. And of course, if you manage to get around stuff. I love the bounce mechanics. And yeah, I did that intentionally. Going over the edge like that. At the top of the area. Use the slopes to jump. Yeah, there's a cow taking a bath. Small little ball littered there. Wait, was that Hellentown? No, that's Terran Crypt. Hellentown's pretty close. Went too far. So this is Desolate Swamp. This is one of my incomplete levels. It is not a complete one right now. So for now, I will just leave this one alone. The speed that you go over the edge like that carries over. It's Terran Crypt. This is one of the better areas for leveling up. Ah, here's Hellentown. This is actually a completed town for the most part. There's the accessory shop. More pitchforks, different NPCs, security, and that's just a random decorative thing. Another item shop. I've designed the level maps in such a way so that all the key shops are going to be right near the town entrance. Armor shop. Something's off with this house. But it's actually intentional. It's an incomplete house. There's windows that are supposed to be there, but they're not installed. And there's actually story reasons behind that. Basically, Ponnell, or the game's primary adversary, has sent a major flood into the area, not to mention big storms, and that's caused a lot of damage going on. That's the magic shop. So they're in the process of rebuilding. That's Helen Mayerla, the mayor of the town. Always gotta love crates. There's the mayor's office, under reconstruction. Thanks to Ponnell. There's a school there. At least it's intact. There's the weapon shop. More torches. You'll see torches a lot. Some of them are going to be small, others are going to be the larger ones. Then there's also a jumbo-sized one. Another incomplete house. Yep, stops to inspect it. Then there's an NPC over here somewhere, I don't know exactly where. Then Helen goes to take a dip in the river. There's Naomi. She'll either jump from the spring or walk over the edge. It's randomized. And of course, moving platform. Where does this lead? Okay, so there's a random spring up here. In case you're wondering, you can also do a short jump. All you got to do is just press and hold down and jump. You can do a short jump like that. And you can configure that if you want. Oh my goodness, look how mangled this is. Ooh, boy, that house looks like it's seen much better days. Anything past like that edge of the area tends to be more like exploring kinds of things. And you get extra NPCs that'll cover some more detail. A lot of tombstones. Kind of scary around here. Oh, wow. Another really damaged house. Ooh, mud. Getting up steep slopes, of course. Gotta love them. More mud. Another dip in the river. And of course, sometimes you got mud to go with it. Tours, rental, storage. All kinds of fun designs there. So, that's the basics of this. This is my level editor mode. Let me get to another area here, because I want to cover Baricanna, which is one of the towns. But for this, I need to go to, let's see, this is Desolate Swamp. It's an incomplete level map, though. I'll just close the program and reopen it. That way I can get back to my normal default. Let's see, where are you? Marin Cave. I've got a good amount of progress on this one. Normally Desolate Swamp would link to Marin Cave, but since I don't have Desolate Swamp's level map complete... Alright, where is... Okay, there I am. So, how does a level map basically work? In every level, I have like a template of sorts. Because it gives me a pretty good idea on the kind of idea that I have in mind. Although I did make a pretty sizable change for this section up here. Because I like the idea of these stalactites, C for ceiling, G for ground. So stalagmite would be on the ground. So I decided to add those in to give it a much better cave vibe. Of course, I did deviate a lot from the original plan. So I do need to make quite a few adjustments here and there. Of course, there's a lot of stuff that I moved around. The drawing routine needs some updating. Nice big set of stairs here, and this is like a cave. This is lava. Do not touch. Of course, this is debug free move mode, so I can go pretty much wherever I want. This looks like a pretty scary area, doesn't it? All that lava below. It looks nice and deep. You're actually supposed to have double jump ability just to get to this area. And this section down here is all about speed. One of my favorite aspects about this area, watch that back wall. Notice how it fades from kind of a red-orange color to a kind of a yellow-orange. Really gives a sense of how hot this cave is, because it's full of lava. Let's see, where am I? Okay, so okay, it's right there. Checking the chat. Okay, but this is a town I have not made any progress with whatsoever, aside from, of course, the level map design. So I got my template here, so I have a rough idea. Because I liked this design when I did Baricanna after I did Marin Cave. So that's why I thought of the stalactites method. Let's see. When you defeat bosses in Baricanna, what will happen is that you will inherit their ability. It's a lot like Mega Man series in a way. Like one of the bosses will give you the high jump ability. It allows access to Mount Solis area. Another boss will offer you the fast travel ability, which will make you run a lot faster. And let's see. There is actually already some resistance to water when you're running. It's just that there's no drag, and that's actually kind of intended. Again, the movement in this game works a lot like how Sonic is on the Genesis era. So, let's get a good start on this. You might notice on my side over here, I got my level builder data over here. Like you got the terrain texture information. This is the object itself. I just press the 1 and 2 buttons to change between the different debug panels, and 3 and 4 changes between the different objects. And then of course I got all my data sets here, And then parameters, for example. Let's see. And then I got my template here, so I know this is going to be like a first one. And I just press confirm, and presto, there's already a piece right there. Ain't that so easy? Of course, I could do this too and go in bulk like that. But this is actually not quite right. The reason is I need to set the linking, as it's called. I set it up in such a way that I can just do a quick change on the linking. I have the numpad divide for a left link, which would be used for like the edge of a platform. And then of course I'd have middle links like this. And I can change the color as well so I can see this better. I think I'll go with gray's got pretty good contrast. And then subtract will be the edge, because this is what sets the linking. Because otherwise collision may not behave properly. Because like right here, this is nice and solid. But what if I delete that? And now, whoa, what happened? I just went right through it. Let's go on a frame advanced method. See what happens here. Ooh, I just got clipped down. That's why I need to set the linking on the side there like that. And it's the same otherwise. But then, there's more to it than just that. There's another kind of linking too. Okay, what's going on there? What happens when I go with this? Remember the secret passages? That is how I make secret passages. It's double two linking. What if one of them's got like a 0 or something, for example? Well, that side's nice and solid. I can't go into it. The bottom is nice and solid. But the top, well, I can't seem to figure out how to get onto the top, because it's actually up a little high. So, let me drop that a block. Okay, I still can't get through it. That's because there's a reason for that. When I have just a single 2 like that, that means the top is disabled. And I can simply switch sides like that too, and now this side I can get into. That side's solid, that side's nice and solid. And if I have double 2, it's fully solid. It's like it doesn't even exist. And what about if it's a 1, for example? Well, let's see here. I pass through it on the side, but it's solid up that way. Okay, so that's how that works. That's the basics of how linking works. Yeah, I do like the dot structure, like the solid line here, it's solid here. Versus this, that is not solid, except on the sides where it's passable, but it's solid on the top and bottom. Here, I'll show you. I can't jump up into that, because it's got a solid bottom. And I can't seem to fall through this, so it's got a solid top. Of course, this is just temporary, so I can just delete it. I just press the delete button, or the cancel button to otherwise do that. So, I want this, but I want to copy this. I use the right shift key to make a copy of it. And that just copies the parameters. But for the edge of a level map, I actually need to have solid like this. But what about the slopes and stuff that you saw before? Well, I just simply change object types. And I've set it up in such a shortcut that I can simply shift it like so. Of course, this is going in the wrong direction, but it's demonstration. Data A here is the alignment. That's how I get them all aligned like that. Okay, looking at the shape here, I know I need type 4. What do we got here? Okay, it's going pretty shallow. I'm steepen it about here. There we go. Sometimes jump a block earlier. Press something and now I'm not seeing the template anymore. What happened here? Ah, there we go. I pressed X. don't remember the controls all the way through. Because this way I can see the layout in the backs here. So I have a good sense on what the layout's going to be like. I'm going to smooth this out a little bit. And now it's back to being level again. And if I want to save my progress, I just simply hit tab. Presto, already saved. You might have noticed this number changed. What's this all about? Total terrain blocks. That's how many blocks I've put in. So I'll put one more in, save it. What do you know? It's 46. That's all that is. It's just for like a quick reference. Of course, this is actually just a template for now. I'll level you off. Of course, I can test the terrain at any time. Like, how walkable is this? This area is actually supposed to be in deep lava over here, and that's supposed to be a spring right there. So how do I add springs? Well, I just simply go all the way through the edge of the list of objects, and hey, here we go. Here's all the different objects I've got. Don't have monsters added in just yet. Here's the springs, except where's the red spring? So that looks like a red one. Well, that's because data A sets the type of spring. Notice, A, this is my parameters. What does it do? It is type A, so, okay. That means red is index 2. There's also a gold, but if I go too far, I have a bit of a problem here. Error spring. What is an error spring anyway? I'm going to add the red spring. Notice on here, size 2 by 1. That's how big it is. Let's see, I'm going to shift you over that way. And there we go. I just added a spring. Now guess what happens when I save? There you go. Now I can just test it. Does this spring work all nice? Looks like it does. Of course, I can walk over the edge and go from there. But now that I'm done with that, I want to go back to terrain. Oh, there was nothing in that spot, that's why. Check the chats again. And there is one rule that I have. This section here cannot be any lower than here. So this entire bottom area must all be filled with actual complete filler. Of course, I am really deviating, so I'm going to reset. It's just a template, it's just to give me a rough idea. And this is a pretty lengthy process, but I do have ways to make this faster. So that's 3 blocks down. Level you off. Have a really steep one in here briefly. Here's a nice steep spot. So that's going to be in really shallow lava there. So what's this about all this bottom section then, you're probably thinking? No, I'm going to show you a bulk fill. So I just simply set the parameters accordingly, zero out everything as a shortcut. If I really, like, let's say I go like this and I want to reset everything, I just press 0 and bingo, instantly there. And to make a bulk fill, I just select what I want, the starting point, and just like this, I press this one little button right here, the plus sign, boom, instantly filled. That's how easy it is. Of course, change the linking. And suddenly, a huge number of terrain blocks. Of course, being a lava-filled cave, there's a lot of shale type stuff. Changing textures is just nothing more than shifting through objects more. Like this one's shingles, that's brick, sand. A lot of this may not be fully set just yet. Yellow siding, okay, yeah. And then you get into the main objects. Ladders, passages. But 0 is the one I actually need for this, so copy that. What do I got here? Pretty big area, isn't it? Alright, there you are. And of course, if I want to get a sense of what the map looks like, where are you? Ah, right here. This allows me to get a preview of what the level map currently looks like on a more broad scale. It's one of those things that I've been struggling to actually get to work correctly as well. And I'm always ending up with weird glitches and similar going on. Wrong direction. I frequently get the direction reversed. Start you going up that little tiny bit. I think I'll have you go up that little bit more. Pretty simple, isn't it? Oh, the name Baricanna? It just came up with that random. I come up with names very fast. Yep, save frequently. So that's the lowest point, so this means okay, what I'll do is I'll steepen this one. Go from that. Oh, the binary format for levels, it's kind of hard to really describe, but there's compression involved for one. Just a hair short of the lowest possible point again. A lot of rolling hills. Wow. Definitely a lot of terrain, isn't it? One thing you might also be wondering, what's with the 0, 0 frequently showing down along the sides of the blocks here, or this 0, 6, the 0, 7? Well, if you notice, 0, 7 here, 0, 7 right there. Now that's a 0, 7. That is basically the ID of that block or object that's in that spot. So this will be a 0, 8. Another high spot that's just barely into the lava, so it's nice and shallow. Press the wrong button. Let's see. Noticing the different color. Yeah, it's because of the foreground cover. Yeah, if I see something unusual happen, yeah, it quickly grabs my attention. chat. Terrain is not destructible. The only way it's actually destructible is if I actually outright delete it like that. Or, of course, when you change level maps, where in that case, yeah, it has to get deleted anyway. Of course, in, what is that? In Dimension Quest, there are some walls that are going to be destroyable, but you have to have the most powerful spell in the game to be able to do so. But it opens up shortcuts, and it's good for like New Game Plus kind of thing. Getting the hang of the terrain editing, that's what's going to dominate a lot of this. Because that's basically the core design of nearly every level is going to be nothing but terrain. What do I got here? Okay, this is the more special section. I need to work this one a little more closely to my template. No. You might be wondering, why is it a special section? This is where the 5th and 6th tier equipment gets made. Remember that from those descriptions? Of course, it doesn't have to exactly follow the template. The spot. No. I think I want it to go there. Those. Battles are actually action RPG style. As in, you'll see the enemy and you can choose to go up and attack it as you want. That's one thing I did not cover. Let me get rid of the level builder mode. This is how attacks work. This is the chop action. Just press up and then the attack button. And if you don't press up, it'll just be a slice. You can duck and slice down that way. And then of course there's also the stab action, which is that. There is also spell casting. That's a radial treasure magnet. That's one of the jets. It comes too quick. But right now I just have infinite MP set. That's a chaser. And that's a pulse. combination effect. Level 1, yeah, its status effects are not going to work. So, let's see. I'm going to change to the wizard. I'm going to change to newbie. And I'm going to change to the top tier staff and top tier mystic armor. And let's try 134, just for the fun of it. That's a spell jet. Spell jets are area of effect. Pulses like that will only hit a single target. Chasers will only hit a single target, but they'll chase after whatever's nearest at the time of spawning, and you can aim them too. It's like, what is it aiming for? Aim it down. Yeah, chasers can actually go through terrain, but pulses cannot. So that's that one. Status effects took effect. Regen is active, and I got haste status to go with it. You might notice HP is gradually increasing. I do need to change the rate at which that goes. Instead of the square root basis, it's probably going to be a cube root because it seems awfully fast. You might also notice, why is this flashing? That's because it's less than 50%. Yeah, 20%. Now it's above that, it's not flashing anymore. MP will do exactly the same. You might also notice some icons here. This circle here with the 2M over it, the white, that is shield status. Then this one here is haste status. It's based on whatever is going to be expiring soonest. What's with the 2M? That means 2 minutes. I did change the algorithm for how long duration is, so it's better earlier on, but it gets less potent as you go up. But you can still get like 10 plus minutes. There's 1 minute, so it's got less than 120 seconds left on it. But you notice the other one's still got 2 minutes, or when it was. And then it'll start showing a number just by itself, which is the number in seconds. Yeah, you might notice this is green now instead of yellow. That means you're above 50%. Yep, there we go. There's the 99. It's counting down. That's how many seconds remain on it. Let's see. Was it this one? Enchant, yeah. Notice how the haste icon disappeared? It's because this one expires sooner. It's always whatever one is soonest. Sometimes you might see a red. There you go, red no effect. The reason for that is probably because I had a critical hit occur, which caused the duration to be a lot greater. And as a consequence, of course, you know, it ended up resulting in the time being higher. But if I recast it again, yeah, it goes back up. Because when you recast it, when you already got it, it just resets the timer. But it still costs you your MP. Let's see. I'm looking at the comments again. It's getting close to expiring. You won't be able to create your own spells. They all have their own set design. So now watch as this is about to expire. It'll be a 0, and then boom. Green enchant, it's canceled because it expired. Haste is getting close to expiring. Or shield, I mean. Haste as well, of course. And when haste or shield expires, you'll see a green shield popping up. That just lets you know it expired. There you go. This one here is for Berserk, which boosts your magic and spirit. Watch these two decrease. And then that one's regen. You see the magic and attack decrease when I did that? The other one's regen. Let me recast those. Now they went back up again. If we recast them again, I can get them a little longer. No effect. Missed. Because it's not a guarantee. Oh yeah, there's, let's see, which, was it that one? Nope, that's the fire. That's meteor. I don't have a function assigned to that one. Oh, that's why. That's weapon. That's jump. Okay, so that's not going to work. Can't remember what that other button was. There's enchant again. Yeah, basically, what will happen is, what was I thinking of? I don't remember anymore what I was thinking of, but anyway, back to shaping this. This area I'm going to do a little differently. I'm going to create stairs. The way to do that is to use double one linking. Where do I need you to go up to? Right here is what I have you set to. So this will be the top. Okay, so for this, I don't know how steep I want the stairs. Oops, wrong direction. So now, I'm going to just simply walk up the stairs. That's what that double one linking is also useful for. And then there's an NPC that's supposed to go here, Kyle Alberon. He's the fire geomancer that makes the equipment itself. There's actually supposed to be like a display of some kind, like right up here. Then this house is suspended on a platform. It's where all the equipment and like metal and whatnot is stored in. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of like deeper lore in the level design. The way the meteor damage works is it's actually a moving area of effect, very similar to the radial. That is the radial. But that range is actually not set based on what you see here. It's just a full screen effect is all it is. The actual range is dictated by a combination of class. There's a lot of things, because I have this spell actually functioning right now in full, because that's treasure magnet in case you're wondering. So I just need to add a treasure chest, which I can just do temporarily. But meteor will do damage like 5 times a second or so, so it's pretty rapid damage. And the duration of the spell is indexed to your magic stat, pretty much. So the higher your magic stat, the longer it's going to last. Why are you in inquiry mode? Oh, that's why. Because I was trying to figure something out. Okay, where was I? Okay, that's a ladder. Slope leading up gradually. Do you think I... Oop, wrong direction. not the steepest slope. In case you're wondering what the steepest slope is, that's the steepest. And then that's the next steepest. But I don't need those. I'll just do a mass bulk fill here. Ah, there's a ledge there. Okay, that's what's going on. Except this, I need to have a solid edge. That can be a 1. And there's my ledge. Save that progress. Now let's see here. I want to add up to this. What should I? Brick tan siding. What does that look like? Oh, that's house roof. Okay. Sand shale. Okay, that's for the entrance area. Shale sand. That's for the entrance. Shale dirt. I think I'll use shale dirt. And I have a little edge up here to, like if you're going up that ladder and you're running over here, it's like a little safety barrier to prevent you from going over the edge and plopping into some nice hot bubbly stuff. So yeah, I do think about things like that. I'll make it up a little bit higher, because if you try to jump, you got a roof in the way. I think I'll stop there. Gotta make sure that's nice and solid. So, what's this about a ladder? Let's go to that object. Where are you? Right here. Okay, for this one, A is span, B is background, foreground, and C is automatically set. That is floor versus ceiling. A ceiling ladder is placed here. It'll only go up to the ceiling and you won't be able to climb up anymore. Whereas a floor ladder will actually cut through the floor. And that's exactly what I want here. So let's see, what length should I use? I'll start with 10. Wow, that was quick. That's not coming all the way down. 16. So how much more do I gotta go? 1, 2, okay. Let's test it. Okay, yep, that is exactly what I want. Let's climb this thing all the way up. And what do you know? There we go. And if I want to go back down, well, the chain just expired. And there you have it. That's all there is to creating a ladder. What about the roof or something like that? Well, I'll go back to my terrain and look at what kind of options should I use for this. Brick with yellow siding, shingles, tan siding, or yellow. I think I'll go tan. I need slope 7. I want to go with that. Because that's what it's going to look like. Let's see, what other options are there anyway? Shingles, brick. Shingles, green siding. because this is an important place, because this is where you build the 5th tier equipment. So I want this to make sure it stands out. Brick, tan siding. I got a lot of tan. Brick, yellow siding. That blends too well. I think I like that first one better. The green siding. That's what I'm going to use. It does look like it's going pretty low, but it still should be good. Copy. And that creates the roof. More terrain blocks. Let's see, I need a door here, but it doesn't go to anything. You won't actually be able to enter the building, you just speak with the NPC and that's it. So where is door? So ID, see info. Okay. Town name right here. So this would be not the weapon shop. There's a lot of inns. Potion shops, you got the training center, castle, error? An error door? I wonder what an error door is. Sounds exciting. And it's a 3x3 area because it's also got the sign. Y offset should be 0. And there we have it. Now we got a door. Isn't that exciting? Just checking the comments again. Highest you can jump. There's a lot of things you can stack to get that. Like the ultimate accessory, you pick up the high jump ability. Use a red spring. There's actually a gold spring that's even more potent, but it's just for getting to Skyless Temple, which is the final area. And then you got the flash attack that you can use too, that gives you a height boost. Didn't see that comment. Okay, and what about all the buildings backing and stuff like that? How does that stand out? That is actually where mid-ground filler is. This is actually a little different, but it's very similar to terrain editing. So reset all that. Let's see, block shift, size. Okay, outer window lava. Empty, of course. 0 means there's nothing there. Window shale. Red and orange tile. Orange and yellow tile. Dark bricks, light bricks, gray bricks. Dirt smooth. I got additional options I can change as needed. Now, I want to see what these look like. Okay, so that's what they look like. And mid-ground is basically the stuff that's between the foreground area where all the action is and the background area that's always scrolling by. Get up on top of the roof. Gotta be careful. And let's see. It goes back to that. I think gray bricks. That's what I'm going to use. Copy that, and I am going to mass fill a bunch. And this is how I get all that. Always comes one short. And as far as the windows go, this is probably going to be like the lava one. Outer window lava. It's Got that orange glow. And there you have it. Of course, there's also the block shift option too. But these textures are not applicable on that front. A is the offset. So if I did that, the window's going to look a little strange. In case you're wondering what that's going to look like. Yeah, I know, a little weird. So reset you. Now you're back to normal. And that's the first building. Although I do think I want to raise this roof. Raise it up one block. Which does mean now I gotta delete these. Back to the mid-ground filler, copy you. Okay, I already set you. Probably my next stream, which I don't have an actual date set just yet, I'm leaning toward doing music composition. Because there's a couple ideas I have in mind. I probably might do it Thanksgiving Day since I have that day off. But of course I have a kind of a random work schedule, which does make things difficult. Okay, where am I? Got this. Well, I can place NPCs, but there's a little bit of a problem. I don't have behaviors set right now for them, and that has to get hard-coded in. NPCs, I think we're 7.1, yeah, undefined name. The way NPCs are set is actually done through the programming. Because I hard set them in. Before I do that, I'm going to hit save. And from this is my NPC creation screen. Normally you'd see like a name right here, which will be the character's name, but since it's not hard set, in the level builder, all I want to do is just simply set the appearance, which effectively just copies the character. I can adjust, let's see, what kind of hat do I want to put on? These are all the different options. Well, that's hat color. Hair colors are 16 different styles. Random. It'll just choose something at random if I can't make up my mind. I'm just showing you all the different hairstyles. Let's see. I don't remember which NPC this was. I think this is the Melissa one. I'll just hit cancel for now. Yeah, it is Melissa. Okay. Shaggy appearance. Random. I think I want to go with more just simple straight. Yeah, that's undefined. So I can change the RGB colors. Of course, these are the different shirts available. Of course, always got the random. I think I'll go with an A shirt. And of course, the different legging options. random. And of course you got the different kinds of shoes. I think I'll go with sandals. Oh, character appearance is however you want the character to be, although there are some very slight restrictions. Not very much, though. And for NPCs, they can be anything. Let's see, how should I color your hair? Thinking of like a dark tone. I think I'll go there. As far as the shirt color goes, I'm going to go with like a kind of a blue color. Yeah, you might notice the hue, saturation value, and lightness stuff. This is the shade of gray that this color is very close to as far as visual appearance goes. I'm going to use a really light tone for this. No, not pink. I just want to reduce the blue. Actually, I think nah, it's too yellow. Yeah, I think I like that a little better. And of course the shoes. Really dark. Yeah, I think that should be good. So why didn't the NPC appear? It's because it's actually not set in the system just yet, so there's no defined behavior. So in order for me to define the behavior, I just have to set it in the programming, which, yeah, that'll be a quick case. So I'm going to do that real quick, and I have a dedicated section for just that. Let's see. Let me bring this into the view. This is how I set up NPCs and their behaviors. They have very complex behaviors, as you might have seen for some of them, like that Naomi jumping around on the spring and Calvin making that one random jump, almost not quite getting to the roof, but not otherwise a pretty good one. But if you notice here, look at all this complexity. Look at all these steps he's got. There are a lot of steps for that. So let's see, that's Helentown. Alicia Anders. Harina Plains Test. to set the specifics. Got to use my templates here. Some of the parameters I actually don't remember all what they are because it's been a long time since I last worked these. I need to look at that level map again. We'll just put question marks for now so I can get that. Okay, so that's the top speed. Melissa just stands, so that's not going to matter any, so I can just use whatever for that. Let me look at a character that just stands. Yeah, all ones. Okay, I see now. All ones. Fast travel mode, not applicable. Use collision, no. Name, path. I don't remember what path plane I had you set to. 12 would be in the foreground, 4 is kind of in the back. Facing right, I think you should be facing toward the front. Speech, slow. I'm not sure what that one is. And then there's another parameter that I have to adjust as well for setting the programming, and that is the actual speech data itself. Let's see, it would be in... Where are you? Programs, Baricanna. Text, here we go. Got to start for Terran Crypt, but not much. So this is a brief idea on that, but I'm just going to use this as a template for now. Craiglessa is the town. And the way this is formatted uses my own special text formatting system. The @L is a link to an existing thing, like an external string. So what that does is it, I think the @4 is the NPC itself, the name of the NPC itself, which is where that comes from. So it's character name followed by what they say. You might be wondering what's with this odd Y here. The reason for these is that just marks the end of the string in this case. Rather than the normal /0 like that, it doesn't work in my text formatting thing. So it's just character name followed by what they say. Let's see, character name. Okay, the 0 is the character name that you actually set for your own player character. which I can just leave this out for now, and I can just clear out all the old stuff because I just got a whole bunch of templates. Every NPC has its own section as well. You might notice this weird B looking thing, the B and P combined. I don't know exactly what that is, but this is used to mark sections. It's another way I use for organizing things, because I can just simply jump to a specific section and bingo, I'm right there. This is just a bit of a conversation. Why do I got an extra Y? Oh, I see what's going on. Extra return doesn't affect anything. And I think at this point I would probably put in a question prompt case, but I'm just going to make a little note here. I use the divide sign as a way to make comments. So it's in C programming, it's just like doing that pretty much. So my comment would go in here just like it is in here. It's just more compact. So what if I want an actual divide sign in the comments or actual programming? Or in the actual text? Well, down here I have right here. And it would be this. I'd put the 8.5 right there and bingo. Nice and easy. Because 8.5 is actually where I have it. But to type a divide sign, you hold the Alt key down, and then while holding it down on the numpad, type 0247 in that order. And then you release the Alt tab, Alt key. Alt 0247 release. There you have it. It only works with the 0 to 255 range. It doesn't seem to work with Unicode. Okay, and then let's see here. Nice little note like that. I don't know where that came from. The double Y at the end here, that Y with the 2 dots above it, the double case of that means end of file. Rather than just simply end of file, I just put my reference notes at the bottom. So it just simply gets skipped from there. So this is how I format text and stuff like that. And let's say I want to color Kessel Or. At C is my indication for choosing whatever color I want. Let's see, what kind of fancy color should I use? I am thinking like a silvery color. BF, BF, DF with a hint of blue, I guess. I'll change that to that. Okay, Kessel Or at CX. The X at the end means return to default, which will be white. Earbuds? What do you need earbuds for? Why Terminator is superior to the null Terminator? Yeah, that's definitely a funny remark. So that character should be set now, and I should have... I gotta get the behavior set. Alicia Anders, yeah, that one just only stands. It's path plane, otherwise facing right by default. Left or right does not make a difference. Char side. And I think at this point I will just run it and see how it appears. Oh. Access the wrong one. Okay, yeah, it's that one. So I don't know the last name. Let me run it and I'll see. Yeah, that's how quick it compiles, in case you're wondering. Not the bosses, I went too far. Preglessa. I got an error here. What's going on? File was not found. What file? Is there something else I'm missing? UDT. So the level is still there. I'm wondering if that might be something to do with that NPC. Okay, something is buggy there. What's going on there? Maybe it's because it wasn't in there just yet. That might be the problem. What was the name? Lenema. Okay. Albron. Why do I have you as walk left to right? Definitely want to change that. Yeah, it's not drawing properly. Plane 0. Stop debugging. Go back to this. So that way I know where I'm at. This is going to be a weird one, that's for sure. Because I just wanted to set the name. I might have to delete that character. No, I don't need that. Nasty Desert. Preglessa. Let's go back. Let me guess, the file not found. Yeah, the UDT. I'm going to have to research that up. I don't know what's going on about that. Let's see here. Weird problem to run into. Because I don't think I tested that, because it's been a long time since I last worked any NPCs in. Yeah, it's probably all zeros because 0 is the defaults. Debug. Well, it got saved in the system, but for some strange reason it did not save that NPC, so that means I gotta go delve even deeper in order to figure out what's going on with that. Thus, I'm gonna have to set it aside for now and return to another case. I don't know what's going on, but I know there was something that you had to do in order to save NPCs, but apparently it's not the same. So I will just continue on as otherwise. Because that should have been included in with the that's just the thing about making games, is you got boogs to deal with. B-O-O-G-S. Unwanted bugs. They're unwanted pests. I don't like them. Zaro boogs found is what the search results in a Bugzilla tends to put. You know how that is when you search for something and no such thing exists. So there's a Jessica there. Because I'm not going to be able to delete that, so I'll just leave it as is. So it saves just fine. Wow, that's a huge building. I think that's a storage building. Where is sign? Okay. So so it must be a different sign then. But I thought I had a whole bunch more. Maybe I didn't update them? Tiny crate, small tombstone. Fishing station label sign. I think that's what it is. Storage. I know I'm going to need that. Bait manager. I think that would be fitting. Let's see what else there is. Tax collector. Registration. Some kind of crypt. Mines, piers. Safari, swim lessons, rental, Kingdom Gate, yep, I think that's the one that makes the most sense. Manager. Put a swim lesson sign near the lava. Yeah, you want to learn how to swim in lava? Okay. I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to survive. There you go. There's your swim lesson sign. Of course, I don't have the lava just yet. That's a big building. This is the storage one, and Jessica is the one that handles storage. So if you make more tier 5 equipment and you want to be able to change it out, like if you want to go with the staff versus the katana versus like the rod, for example, yeah, you can just simply go to storage and they'll just swap it out for you. Nice little convenience there. And as far as the building goes, I think I want to use more like a brick one instead. Sand, brick. Actually, it'd be that, but I do need double linking. Raise it up. Shingles, tan siding. Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of. Wrong direction. Nice and fast to make the roof. 972 total blocks so far. A lot of mid-ground filler for this one. Definitely wouldn't be shale. Red and orange tile? How does that look? think I'll go with the red and orange for this one. Wow, 600 blocks filled. Boom, just like that. $220 more. Block shift. Why do I have a block shift in there? Noticing the inconsistency there. Doesn't seem like it affects anything, but for compression purposes, here's that side. Lots of mid-ground filler. There's all those, so now I need all these. Why does that seem off? Ah, I see what's going on. This is set too high. And to bulk erase a bunch of stuff, just set the ID to 0. Of course, I selected the wrong one because I'm looking at the slope ID. Boom, just like that, instantly deleted. Okay, as far as I know, that should be it for that. There, that definitely looks a lot better. lot of windows. That is a bit of a bug I do need to fix, though. When I don't start from the top left corner, I need to have it adjust to the original position rather than the end position. Very minor, though, at least. Let's look at this nice building. Ain't it a beauty? Checking up and over here. Climbing around on the roof if you want to do that. But there's something missing. What goes here? Remember what goes there? Door. Locked. Sorry, you're not going to be able to enter. Instead, you'll have to speak with Jessica. She'll retrieve the stuff for you. And let's see. Where is label sign? This will be storage. And just like that, got that done. This building, I'm not sure what these ones are, but they have no direct function to them. Getting up to a nice steeper area here. Now we run into basically the end area here. So that's going to be pretty solid there. I'll save that progress. That's another 150 blocks. These two houses can be basically whatever, or not just houses, but buildings. Let's see. Ooh. Do I got clearance? Yeah, that's clearance. Okay. It's a good thing I loved testing stuff. Make sure it's got clearance. Built all those tools in for a reason. Okay. Mid-ground filler again. What did you use? Gray bricks. Okay, I'm going to use dark bricks for you. I always got to keep watching that. Let's see. So I got all those. This is now far enough from the lava that it won't be using the lava window. It will be using the regular shale one. So it's basically reflecting what the environment has. Fancier. Okay, and then I need a door. Isn't that just so exciting? Another door. But the hard question now is it the door to success? I'm not sure. It's a locked door. This is kind of a dangerous area because it's got all that lava over there. So I would say no on a lot of possible labels. So let's see. This one's a little different. Notice how that it's right here it looks like it's hovering, but right here it looks like it's in. Notice the detail here, B, Y offset. What if I change that to B? Wow, it's now aligned. That's what that's for, in case you're wondering. Let's see. That's 3. There's all those. Save that progress, and of course, when in doubt, lava it out. You must like lava. Must be because I'm working on a lava-filled cave. Doesn't that sound scary? This one I'm going to use not the dark bricks, but the light bricks. Zero that out before I forget. One oddball. Keep forgetting I got it down there because of compression reasons. RLE compression, or conditional RLE compression. It's a slight improvement on regular RLE. Run length encoding. Then we got the usual windows, the shale ones. I'm going to make that window circular on this one instead. Gotta love copying. Just copies all the parameters. Let's see here. So that's that building. Got another one over here. Now the question is what should I use for you? Okay, there's that. More mid-ground filler. Always constantly needing that. Zero you out before I forget. What did you use over here? You used the red and orange. I'll use the orange and yellow. Okay, and then I need the windows again. Small building, doesn't get too much in the way of windows. Although I will heighten those. Don't need mid-ground filler. I need another door. Is this one aligned? Yeah, that one's already aligned. Every common case of wrong direction. So there's all those. Now we got a spring here. Don't need Y offset for you, and you can be right at the edge. $1,200. Wow. Look how high that goes. Is it that way? Yeah. Trying to think how I went about doing that. Need solid. Need double link. I actually made my own RLE looking at the comments. Run length encoding. It's conditional run length encoding, so it's actually an improvement on the normal one. I have 0 and 2 again. So I need the right side to be solid now instead. Have to check collision on all these slopes. So that's one thing I do gotta watch for. Hit the slope and got veered off the side. But this actually requires high jump at minimum. So I'll quickly learn those abilities. Look how much higher of a jump that is. That's just to get up and over that. And then it would be splat into some bubbly hot lava. Let's see here. Yeah, that's one of those things I need to figure out how to make a transition on. I have it working in occasional situations, but not all the time. Puffs, puffs. Right side is solid. Those, and I need a red spring. Go right up against there. Save. Should be able to clear sail through over that. Under the normal conditions, just follow that, and yep, nice and easy. It's exactly what I'm expecting to have happen. Hit the slope and went over the spring, yeah. Of course, normally there would actually be a ceiling there that would redirect you, and otherwise that's about it. Could add that in, but of course... way. So left side needs to be solid. direction. I think we'll stop there for now as far as that's part of the ceiling goes. Okay, so this is going to be a wall. Left solid. Making sure it's going in the right direction. That should be sufficient enough for me to be able to test this in full. Well, except for that part of it. Yeah, it's easy to get over that. It's exactly what I wanted. Yep, working the ceiling. Got another stalactite. There's a weird looking stalagmite. In a way, in case you're wondering about it, this area here with all these really high ones that rise up a lot, I was thinking of this, because this is a cave effectively, as a way to kind of block the heat of the lava from this side from getting over into the main town area. Kind of limited anyway. It's kind of what the intent was, in case you were wondering on a little backstory there. Yeah, this section here, in case you're wondering, it's one of the glitches I gotta figure out with drawing. I have another idea for a drawing algorithm, I just need to get it updated. But ultimately, I would really like to convert to using pixel shaders. There's a lot of batch drawing, especially with like the splashes. I don't remember if you've seen those. Need the right side to be solid now. Other way. There is a way to really ensure to test the solidity of it. Just pop a small little platform there or something, pop a treasure chest on there, let all those balls, coins, and diamonds fly all over the place. They should not be able to get through the ground. Because if they do, there's a point of lacking solidity. Wrong way again. Slope ID 2 for this. Or do it like that. I'll do it like that. Interesting design. I see what's going on. That needs to be solid on the side there. Wrong way. Left side is solid. Zero you out. Right side is solid now. right side is solid, left is not. Although this one, uh-oh. I see a goof here. Where did that happen? It's good there. It's good there. Ah, it's in these. Okay, so alignment is the only one. Yeah, I've set up shortcuts so I can just change the alignment only. Yeah, in case you're wondering on this, texture mode. ALI means alignment. LNK means link. TEX means texture. Or in this case, it'll just modify texture only. NOR means normal, where it sets all of it at once. It's just one of my little quick fix tactics that I have. Seven, nope, other way, 3. Yeah, as you can tell, this is a long process. It does take a lot to make levels. Okay, so that should be basically the whole ceiling for that section. Now I just got to work this ground section here, and okay, I don't have that yet. So it's about there. Left side is solid. Left side is not that reversed. Okay. Other way. Okay, that's where Luke is. Not any special character, although this NPC will probably just say that what's past that to the left is where the mining refinement is done. Save all that progress. I want a red spring. Need Y offset. Times 4, so that's where the spring goes for that one. And then you got a spring over here to make it possible to return. might need to make some adjusting on that, but it's hard to say. That does not look like it needs adjusting. Okay, let's test all this. Get hit by that. Make a lot of puffs on the way down. That one spot right there. There we go. Oh, not quite. Yeah, just keep holding to the right. That makes it easier. This, on the other hand, got a little bit of a helper. Yeah, that's easy. Yep, clean over. Okay, yep, I like that. That is roughly about as I had planned. Although, I think I might move this over. So if you just stand on the spring, and you hit this slope, it's going to redirect you in the correct direction. Because for towns, it's not about challenge of getting anywhere. See? Just like that. Didn't even have to press anything. This one, on the other hand, yeah, you do just have to keep holding right. Oh yeah, very easy. So, let's see, I got a bunch of hills to deal with. Got a bunch of houses, still not getting into the shops. Well, already halfway over on the bottom portion. There it is. Yeah, level size. I think I might need to fix that because I don't know what that is. But I see level size is 6000 by 0800. That's what I was looking for. Of course, I can look at all the different bands here. It's all the background information. I got my character information here. Hopping from a red spring sure gives a lot. Okay, I was just curious as to what happened. Huh. Actually get up more doing that. Okay. So, I guess everything otherwise looks good so far. I think what I'm going to do now is I want to go work in another level map because I'm getting a little tired of this one. Seeing too much lava, you know. So all I gotta do is just simply hit close. And it'll just reopen. Where are you? Crylis is another town map I was working on. There's Farissa. Let's see. Sheldon, I got a lot of good progress on. I think I finished that. Darusan is pretty much done. Yeah, I've got a lot of stuff already seeing some really good progress. I think I'll start working Crylease. There isn't too much to this one right now. This is the one for Mount Solis, which is a very vertical level. I don't know how far I got. Wow, I barely even knew anything came. Let's go learn some abilities. Yeah, as you can tell, it is a very vertical level. Laura Semmet, Troy Kane, those are two major athletes. So they have crazy complex behaviors. Wow. Basically, the town is built along the side of a mountain. What's with the green here? This is where a platform is going to be. A moving platform. Just gives me a rough idea where it would be. So I am going to, let's see. Man, I don't really have much progress on this. Oh, that's why. I have a secret passage here. Oop, wrong. Since I haven't showed you yet how I go about making secret passages, you remember the double 2 linking, right? That needs to be a 1, except that side is solid. Texture here doesn't matter because you can't see it. So much of this is all the same. That is a solid on the left. Okay, so I got a different design. I made a change on the layout, so I need to reflect that. 1C. Texture for that does not matter. It does down here though. Run length encoding. This is all continuous. So all it is nothing more than say how many times what the data is and then how many times to repeat it, which in this case is a lot. Doing that helps with the RLE compression. $528. So you got the spring there. It leads up into this. Delete those. It's getting dark out. I'm going to go switch on my light. There we go. And let's see, this, copy to there. Except this one needs to be solid. What is it? Okay, that's the enclosed area. I just shifted it to. Too much lava isn't possible? Really? How deep of lava do you want? 50 meters? 27,443 kilometers? I gotta be weird somehow too, you know. Let's see how I want to go about doing this. This lower section here, I'm going to leave it as is. So I'm going to hit save. Let's test this. Okay. How do you get into that now? You get a running jump like that. I can't seem to get over there because that's solid. I can't seem to get over that way. It's solid. Okay. So that's the basics of that. And what do I got here? Grass, dirt. I actually need to reference, because one special property about this area, just like the actual Mount Solis level map, is that the higher you go, the grass turns into dirt, which turns into snow as elevation increases. Weird little alcove there. I'll go one extra on that side. What is that white spot supposed to be? Oh, I remember now. That's actually supposed to be a regular platform, one that's static. 1 by 1 is a static platform. Okay. Let's add this red spring in. Ooh, that's one thing I definitely got to do, So I got to add a level edge marker. This is an area you're not going to ever get to or be able to see, so I can just sneak in a level edge marker over here. What is a level edge marker? Well, you saw how I went over the edge of the level, right? I need to add level edge marker right here. Now I look at my information. So I need 62 for data A. Even though it says out of bounds, it's stated. So let's see, span 0 for infinity. 0 is for going up and right. 1 is for going down and left. And so I need direction 0. D is automatically set. I don't remember exactly what it was. It's supposed to draw, but for some reason I don't have that set. Notice how I'm not going over the edge anymore? That's what a level edge marker is. But on the other side, it's a little different. Let's see, do I got one already over here? Let me check. Nope, there is no level edge marker there. Okay. So that's all I need to know there. So I need number 63 for this. And this one's going to be a little different compared to the normal ones. Now, one thing you might note, this is not an edge for that section in particular. Rather, it's a transition to another level map. Note the 15 on my little map note right here. I need to set data A to 15. And what I should see is one of these must be the actual town or the current level map. One of them, it doesn't make a difference which one, as long as one of them is. And then the other one must match what the destination I've marked in here is, which, yep, I see they match. I know that's ID 15. That gets placed there, but this is also not all the way up either. This will have a height limit, but I don't know how high it goes. So what I'm looking at here now is the cursor position, 1445. How high up does this go? To 37. Okay, so I'm going to have it up here. It can go a little into the terrain, that's not going to affect anything. So now, well, that one's drawing. Interesting. Wonder why the other one ain't. So now when I cross into this, what should happen? Any ideas? Any guesses? What will happen is I should be going into Mount Salice. Bingo! That's exactly what I'm expecting. And now when I come in through here, I should be entering from that right side. Exactly correct. That's what I expect to see. So I know that is working properly. Let's see. Where? Oh, there it is. I'm going to put you up here, because I'm going to make another level edge marker. Let's see, wrong direction. 6, yeah. I think what I want to do is I want to lower this with the alignment. because I see there's supposed to be a door there, and it has to align on a 0 or an 8, or alignment being, in this case, either 0 or 2. The reason for that is data format. I've only got 2 bits available for choosing a Y offset. Well, 1 bit actually. 4, yeah. Mountains being in there, I'd expect rougher terrain. Let's see, this needs to be a 2. Okay, and then that's basically just the edge right there, so I'll leave it there for now. And I'm going to make another level edge marker for everything else. So this is a right limiter, so I need data 63. Span in this case is going to be infinity, so it goes all the way up. I'm going to bury it. Doing that's going to not work. I wonder if I might need to raise that. I need to test it. And it needs to go up. Wonder why those ones don't draw and the other ones do. Well, what should happen is, nope, can't go that way anymore. So, what's going on here? Because that should be in the up direction, making it impossible to get out of town. That means I'm going to have to look at the object's parameters. This is where object inquiry goes. Left to right. 53E0. Okay, where am I at? Wow. What is the character position? Yeah, 53C0. Okay, yeah. So that is actually correct. The bounding box is correct. Something's a little strange here. I found a bug. So I think for now I'm just going to delete it. before I do anything, I want to save. Yeah, the collision with the one on the bottom is working properly. So it's not that. Okay, set you to 63. Because it should be up that it goes. Temporarily, I'm going to put you there. Okay, so the bottom collision is not being handled properly. Okay, so that's what the clue is. I'll have to go through and fix that. Add a lovely little spring. Green spring in this case. And this needs a Y offset. It's times 4. Where did that take it? Okay, right up there. Yeah, that's an easy one to get to. I think I might know why I have it. For making this jump right there. Ah, yep, okay. That's what it's for, is for getting onto that. A lot of ladders over there. Okay, let's insert a platform. You know what a platform is, right? I'm going to offset that because it seems like a big jump. I wonder if that'll get detected. I set it at 6. Okay, so this is my platform creation menu. I can choose between dark and light. I can choose how wide to make the platform. I got 6 different kinds of checkers or platform patterns on them. I can make them animated by changing the number of nodes. Got movement speed, and of course how long to make it stop for. Where 0 is just half second, 3 is 3 seconds, 2 is 2 seconds, 1 is 1 second. This is where I set all the node data. And this just shows the span of the platform in the grand scheme of things. I usually just leave it random for texture. But for color, that matters because I want it to be visible against the background. I think light will be the better option. So I'm going to add the platform in. Hey, what do you know? There it is. Okay, yep, that's right. That's exactly what I'm expecting to see. I have yet to implement it, but what you're supposed to do when you press and hold down and jump, you're supposed to be able to jump through the platform down below as a way to jump down. I don't have it implemented yet. And object detection is not set for the mini-map at the moment, so you won't actually see it, and thus this is with object detection, the ability. Remember that? Object detection. If I learn it, it still doesn't show up. I guess I just haven't implemented it yet. But that aside, level map, I can see where those are. I just need to make sure that that platform to the right is going to be visible. That is a critical detail I need to watch for. Okay, now for a moving platform. This is going to be a lot more difficult to do. So basically how moving platforms work, let me check the comments here. I called dibs. What does that mean? not too much in the way of comment activity, but I'm also focused on this and I tend to forget to check the comments. So let's see, I start it right here. If you notice the little pink pixel right there, that is actually exactly where the cursor is, and the orange highlight is the area visible in the view. Like, I just put that platform right at the very edge there. So I put it exactly at the edge, bottom left corner of this. Hey, what do you know? .27. I think that is visible because the mini map is set based on 16. For every one block I move, bump, next, nothing, really close, yep, that's exactly what I thought. And it's set to 16. Okay, now that I have a sense of that, so it's definitely going to be visible on the map. Of course, you can always use the red spring to jump and possibly get a head start. Now, the way platforms work, there are 12 possible directions, arranged kind of like a clock in a way. So I need to know how far is it from here to here. And the thing is, when it's a direction that's not exactly straight up or horizontal, or well, vertical or horizontal, but diagonal, the shorter span is, in this case being up, it's going to be on the right span. So I need to set the base on that. So what do I got here? This is position 27. What is this position? That is 48. So that's 21. So that's the first length I need. And this is basically the same thing. That is 14 difference. Then this is just pure Y only. So it's 21, 14, 54 going to... Okay, so that's 21. And then it just reverses course. Let's create it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6 nodes. And since they're all part of the same series, I'll keep 7. Direction is 1, distance is 21. Direction is 11, and it was 14 if I recall. And then it was straight up, which is 21. Weird pattern, I know. And then I got a reverse course. You might notice, why is this yellow instead of green? That's because this green dot for the very last node does not land on the origin. And if it doesn't, it causes all sorts of weirdities. Odd stuff may happen. 1 means I go to 7. And right there, what do you know? It's green. Green means go. Okay. And let's see, there was another platform up there, but it's not a direct link to anything. So let's watch this. Let's test ride it. Okay, that's correct. Good. And it stops. Okay, good. Good. And stop. That is exactly what I was expecting for it to be. Okay, this one is another set of platforms. This one's a static one. Heather Bill, Sharon Wentz. Baricanna. That's another location for where he can be, because it's actually randomized. This one's a static platform, so I can just do that. All this is just constant, so nothing special there. I'm going to make this 8. As it's a new series, I'm going to re-randomize it. Speed and that is all ignored for it. And like before, let me guess, that's a 21. So I got a 32. Oh, 51, that's 19. Okay, and on this one it's the Y. So I got a 19, 82, to 66 is 16. So I got a 19, 16, 45, what was the other one? 66. And a 21. 19, 16, and 21. Same 6 nodes. I'll just reset all this. I don't remember what the other design was. Seconds. It's going to be 19, 16, and 21. Reverse course. Now when this node and this node are exactly the same, 2 nodes separate, that's when a pause occurs. 16, and then I got 19, going to 7. Oh, that's the octagon one. Oh, that's a different one. Hex, that's what it was. Yep, there we go. Well, let's test ride this platform. That should be going up quite a distance. It's getting a little close to that terrain. Okay. Might have to make a slight adjustment on the terrain, that's not a problem. How do I want to go about doing this adjustment? So I can lower that by 2. So that just means I gotta go add 1 to this, add 1 to that to reverse course. See how this is. Oh, that's a lot better. Ooh, it's offset by 1. It won't cause any problems though. And again, that's just a template, is all it is. Get really close to the edge. Yeah, it's not even getting really close enough to cause problems. Of course, at the end, I could just have it go over one more. Let's test it again. It's going to be two to the right there, and it's going to be one to the left. Exactly like I wanted. Copy terrain. You're always constantly needing terrain. Need a left edge. Wrong direction. Seemed like an easy to use level builder, huh? Easy, fast. Save that progress. where our house is. It's just a general house, nothing special. Wow, really long, skinny house. Right on top of a hill. I'm trying to think how I want to go about doing this. Because I don't have that level edge marker because I got a bug with it. I gotta fix that. Let's see here. Nice little ledge here. I think I want to raise that a fair bit. Okay, there's that. And for the underside, I got the correct direction. Okay, that's that. Might still have to make an adjustment to account for this roof here. What I got? Dirt. So that's for medium elevations. Brick white siding. Needs to go up because it's causing conflict with window. I'm going to have to adjust that part there. It might cause some conflicts. Okay, because you got room there, so that's all I need. Already at 1,000 blocks. But I got all this mass fill here to deal with. That's a lot of fill. Where does that go to? Nowhere. I guess that's just one of those for fun things that Troy Kane probably does. Pretty high jump there. Okay, so other than, yeah, too bad I don't got flash attack integrated in. Otherwise I'd do a flash jump. Well, I can also throw on the ultimate accessory and stuff like that. Which does actually make me curious. What happens if I do that? So that's about as high as you get, huh? 2.7? That's a lot lower than I was thinking. Way over the edge there. Okay, I'm done with that. Just copy, reset. Okay, that is the correct direction. too repetitive here. Another nearly 100 blocks. Could work on some houses. That's dirt. Yeah, I think this area was actually dirt rather than grass dirt. Or, I'd have to check it in the main map. Surface texture is wood. Blue siding. Cutting a little too close there. I'm going to raise this up. Okay, so there's that one. Then the highest of all the houses in the game. Shingles. Roof. Oh, I see what happened. Okay, so everything's raised up one block. Okay, I need some locked doors. Locked doors? Oh. Okay, so there's that. Mid-ground filler. What options do I got for you? Do need to change this that way. When I access mid-ground filler, it automatically resets everything, except for obviously the texture. Outer window blue, dirt jagged, dark bricks, wood. I think bricks would make more sense because being higher up in the mountain, you got wind, and like the story of the three pigs. You know that story, right? Straw house versus the wood house versus the brick house. Right at the edge. Wow. Wow. I wonder if I should shift that over by 1 block. And the spring. Let's see, should I shift that over? Should I keep it as is? I think I'm going to shift it. Don't need that. So that means all that's got to get shifted over. Well, what about the windows? Window blue, window brown. Okay, because this is out in the open, thus it is the should probably raise the roof another notch. Talk about installing windows at a rapid pace. Just like that, in less than a second, I got a window installed in the house. Don't need caulk or any of that. It's just instant there. Don't you wish you could install windows that fast? Exit out of mid-ground filler mode. I thought that looked a little funny. Copy it, delete, move it over. Copy it, delete, move it over. Wow, I moved a door that fast? Wow. Talk about construction on a whole new level. Okay, here's that. Okay. What other options do I got? Light brakes, I'll use that for this one. Not going to be visible, so it won't affect anything. But it's great for compression purposes. That window. But that's awfully close to the roof there. This one's not offset in any way. A little fancier window than usual. I think that should be good. Blue and white tile. I think I'll use that for this one. Okay. Seems a little... I don't think that really belongs. Outer window white. Okay, gray bricks, dirt smooth, yeah. That's just the default. Don't know if that's what I want there. I'm just debating if I want to go with the blue and white tile or go with something else. I think I'm going to go with bricks. Yeah, I like that definitely a lot better. It makes sense for this kind of area. What did they have the white for? Make the window extra wide. Okay. Exit mid-ground mode. Three beautiful houses. High up in the mountains, though. Ooh, I gotta fix that. Because that's all filler, you're not gonna see it. So, who cares if it goes down like that? Okay. Lovely houses, aren't they? Make some puffs. I like to make puffs. That's the uppermost section of Crayley's. Don't need mid-ground filler mode. Now I just need to fill in all these. same ID, so compression works very nicely, or at least as best as possible anyway. And just like that, that's filling. Although it could be possible I could make like a little secret passage into here. I wonder how I'd make it accessible. Jump from this roof up into there? $1,300. Oh, the collision detection system? You're wondering how that works? Well, if you might notice, the game is running on 720 cycles. Yeah, this is cycles per frame because my display that this is running on is 240 hertz. So it'll have, well, 3 cycles every frame. Yeah, let's get some speed going here. This is 1 cycle here. If you might notice, this is the time that it's been running. This is the number of seconds, minutes, hours, days. That's basically game clock. Then this is cycles. If I advance an entire frame, which is basically a 60th of a second for the typical system, most typical games, it advances 12 at a time. So if you're playing this on a 60 hertz display, it'll be shifting 12 at a time. All this incomplete stuff. Slope transfer occurs there, another one there, because I'm on a different slope. I'm going to do a high jump here. About 16 pixels per cycle, or frame. And of course, if I'm ever curious as to about the collision information, well, I can just look at it right here. I can see the speed. Yeah, I got quite a bit of vertical speed, not a lot of horizontal. Y position's near the bottom of the level. X position's about 2/3 to the right. Maybe 3/4, because that's close to 3/4. Then I got the bounding box, which has got the left and right position of the bounding box. Then I got the top and bottom span of it. Then I got the midpoint of it. Then I got the size here, the size of the bounding box. So this side here, to the left of the decimal, is whole pixels. This is expressed in hexadecimal. And on the right side here is basically your subpixels. In effect, a lot of games use subpixels. And of course I got object collision parameters. Let me try to get into this secret passage. There we go. Now watch what happens when I land on the spring. Notice the on-obj changed? That's object ID 5. So if I were to inquire on it, object 5. And of course, whenever I'm in my free move mode, then everything freezes in place, except for animated backgrounds, because that doesn't affect anything. That must be the magic shop. Yep, the magic shop has that very distinctive roof. Always gotta love your inns. They tend to have a lot of floors. All the shops are in the lower area because that's where you enter in from. Of course, all this upper area stuff is very different. So basically, for every cycle that goes by, which is that 120th of a second, or 720th of a second, which that came from solving an equation for figuring out the least common multiple of the most common refresh rates of displays. 60, 144, and 240 are among the most common. So, least common multiple, do all the prime factoring, take the most of each prime, there you have it. That's the easiest way to find the least common multiple for any given large set of numbers. And of course 720 is also a multiple of 360, so yeah, simplifies things there, except... Okay, this one will just be the plain grass. Move that over there. Start the ascent here. Huh, okay. Oh, I see what's going on. Huh. Okay. Is that about what I want? That one has a nothing on the left. Of course, I gotta go change the alignment. Bulk fill all that. Go back to normal mode. magic shop is in such a weird manner. Yeah, I think I need to adjust. Oh, that's alignment 1. Can't use that for a door. Bulk fill. Okay, no risk of conflicts with the hotel. Oh, wow. Okay, so I already got that pre-connected. So there's all those. There's all that. Ah, that's what's missing. $15.19 blocks. Total blocks, that is. Green Spring. Okay, so got that one. Now I guess the next thing to focus on, I want to add that spring in and see how it leads up to that. little short. So I got two fixes. I can raise that, or I can lower that. What if I have the spring right there? Wow, that's getting close. So if I raise it up that little bit more, that'll do it. It's one way to test that. Might actually still work if I do it right. But point is, still got to change this. All that lines up now. Okay, so there's that one. So it basically means that whole edge over here is finished. A lot of red springs near the bottom of this area. Got all those. Well, another thing I'd kind of like to show you. I'm going to hit save. I'm going to run another level map. Yeah, 1 hour on the game clock. Since that start anyway. I want to show you one of my favorite areas. Where are you? Nope, not that. Way to the right. Wow. Getting really fast there. Of course, I thought the fast travel ability set is not as potent. Nice little detailing there. Fast travel eliminates a lot of the speed related things. Okay, this area is familiar. balls. You know what's going to happen with all these balls? That one found the slope. Now, what's gonna be down here besides blue water? You ready? Watch this mess. Look at all that going on. You don't even know where they're coming from. And as they keep hitting slopes, you know, they keep getting redirected. It's nothing more than simple vector math. Seems like all that's done. Let's go back up here and collect all that. And by the way, remember that one spell? Boom! All that's instantly collected for what's in range. But I want to go a little farther. Staff 5, Mystic Armor, Ultimate Accessory. That's it. This is what I'm used to doing. Okay, you ready for a big mess again? Yeah, and if you want to go frame by frame, just to give you a sense on what's going on, a little diamond there makes a little tiny splash. Coin makes a little tiny splash. And there's a ball hitting at high speed. The bigger the object and the faster it goes, the bigger the splash. Ooh, there's some big splashes. Gotta love those giant balls. That one found the edge, so it bounces off of it and splash again. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. 8,000 splash particles, or just particles in general. That's the peak particles, is what that is. In case you're wondering, I'm looking right here. It's now about 7,000. Neat splashes, isn't it? And that one finds the bottom of the terrain there. Gold coin hits at high speed. Little ball. Found the slope over there. Oh, wow, just missed that. Well, slow it back down again, and here we go. Oh, speed it back up again. Yeah, they're still falling after all that time. I'm going to collect all this. There's a platform up here. There it is. lot of loot, isn't it? 5. Okay, one last time. Look at all this mayhem here. Look at all this mayhem. Huge splash there. Giant balls, you know, they make big splashes because they're so big, especially when they hit at high speed. And now to watch the mayhem in action. 12,000. Still going every which direction. You never know where they're going to be. Okay. Yeah, what a mess. How much of a mess do you think there is going to be down in the wet stuff there? Well, let's go over here. A nice little picket fence. What? Spikes. Yikes, gotta avoid those. Okay, this is not a good situation. Well, what do you know? I found the boss. One, a little ball. Yep, that's what basically becomes of it, is you end up with a big mess. But that's one of my favorite areas, is that. But normally treasure chests do not drop those kinds of items at all. Normally, that is. Trying to figure out where I'm at. Okay. Make some bigger fuss. And of course, you got Sheldon over here. This town is more or less finished. Floor 1. Accessory shop. Here's a little pier, and that's the fishing station item. You remember those from my objects list? What's down in this stuff anyway? There's a worm. I think that's a small crab. And of course you got those. And you got basically the rest of the piers here. Zipping by at high speed. Always gotta love speed. Especially when it's the high kind of speed. Ooh, what was that? Floor 2. I got up a little higher. Wow. Isn't that exciting? Floor 3. Okay, I see I can make a jump. Oh, notice a torch right there. That torch is lit and animated. It's just a decorative object. But notice how these are not animated, whereas that one is. It's actually a little attention to detail. Like one of the residents, for example, forgot to turn their torch off because, well, it's facing up against a weird area there. So they probably forgot about it. Floor 4. I'm getting really high here. I don't know, it might be too high. This is basically just the whole mountain. Care for a big splash if I can make it. Boom! There we go. But now I'm back down to floor 1. I want to go up. Where are you? Right in here. Take a shortcut. Magic shop. Right here. Floor 5. Storage. Got some torches active, including one that's up in front, which is actually something I forgot to do when I was working some of those other areas. Floor 6. Wow, how high does this go? We're getting really high here. Rip. I don't want that. Oop, what was that? Floor 7. This is really high. And it looks like that is as high as it goes. So now you know the maximum. Floor 5, make some puffs on the way down, puffs over the edge. Floor 4, here's down to 3 already. That's a dead end. Puffs over the edge. Floor 2, more puffs over the edge. And we're back to Lake Shelley. Lake Shelley is actually a gateway to a lot of areas. In case you're wondering on the layout of all this, you got the boss right there. There's Marne Cave. There's Mount Salice. An Esdi Desert. That level map I kind of want to rework because I don't like the looks of it. Skyless Temple. This is a one-way route. So you're probably wondering, what's this about Skyless Temple and the Gold Spring, since I did mention that. This is a very open level, very, very vertical. But this is how you get into Skyless Temple. Just get on that and jump. Then you wait. Yeah, that's not supposed to have happened. I need to fix that. Mud. Want to play in the mud? Really hurts your movement. There is a spring right here. But did you know that if you have the double jump ability, you can just repeatedly jump as long as you have double jump and you're going down in mud. That's the only time you can keep repeatedly double jumping. Floor 1. And if you notice closely, you can see through those windows. Because this is actually like the inside of the area. It was a lock chest. Of course, your usual diamonds and similar. Final key. Another mud pool. Go swimming in. Remember Lake Shelley? That's where you go in from. Balls. Yeah, it found the edge. Ain't that exciting? A ball found its way right in the middle of the mud pool. That's like dead center pretty much. It's like, how did that get to dead center? Floor 3. We skipped a floor. This is a pagoda-style temple. Whoa. Floor 7 already, huh? We're really racing up. It's like, how high is this thing? Seems like it keeps going and going. Should be 9? Yep, floor 9. What's on this side? Nothing. If I had the flash attack, getting up this will be a lot faster, but I don't have it implemented yet. Up, up, up. I think we're getting scary high here. Floor 14. Wow, we're really up there. And there's 15. And the final key. Hey, wait. There wasn't anything up there. This must be the top. Ah, the top of the temple. Look at all those rocks just drifting by. In case you're wondering, it is a pagoda-style temple. It's Skyless Temple. That's where it kind of comes from. But this is actually 23.5 kilometers above sea level. It is super high. As you can kind of tell, these are mountains that are very far away. You can even see the curvature of the planet. It's that high up. Oh, there's a moving platform there. So, that's that part of it anyway. Ooh, I think I just picked up a key. Okay, where am I? Okay, I know where I'm at now. Ooh, did you see that? Spikes. Wow. How are you supposed to get around that? Ooh, that was a fiend key. Spring. If I jump from that, I'm going to hit those spikes. I must get a running start. Nope, it still goes up really high. Ooh, that was close. Oh, I just got up there and But the thing is, one thing to watch, notice how the damage is more or less about the same. But if I go into the spikes, damage increases. And the higher the speed goes, the greater the damage. Let's see if I can do this. Nope, didn't get it. Nope. Walked over the edge. Nope. That was close. Went over the edge. Ooh, so close. Okay, I got the idea. Nope, close. Ooh, really close. Nope. Got it. Balls. It's one of those challenge things. There are a few of those. those balls. Oops. Oops. Yeah, I'm doing that intentionally. Whoa, what was that? Maybe that could be an idea. But a little bit of a problem here. How am I supposed to be able to get across that? Makes you think, don't it? Because that's going to happen. Nope, didn't get it. Oh my goodness, look at all those balls. So apparently that's not the way to do it. Normally you would have object detection and it would make this a lot easier. Nope. Just missed it. Yep, platforms transfer your energy, so you ought to be watchful of that. Yeah, it's tough, but this is also kind of like the final area. Okay, good there. Ah, just missed it. Wait for that to go through. What's up here? Ah, there we go. That's the exit. Just among the many challenges that may be present, is figuring out some of these wacky areas like that. But normally you would have object detection. I just don't have it working right now, so that does add to the complexity. Now I'm just looking at the comments here. Ah, you like those floating islands in the background, huh? Yep, as the story goes, it's basically Ponnell's doing. Yeah, it just goes up and up and up. What floor is this? 14. I get that one again. This should be 16. Well, what do you know? I found the boss. In case you're wondering, this is where the final boss is. But this upper area, I'm going to rework it. I don't really like the design very much. Although this section here, yeah, that's good. I can keep that. But this part right around here, yeah, it needs work. Starting mostly from where this spring is. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff I still need to do over here. And no, the curvature does not bend with the player's altitude. Floor 10. Floor 11. Sometimes you can get through, sometimes you can't. Balls. I love them things. Floor 13. Of course it's unlucky. I know 14 was a dead end. What about 15? Ooh, I can go through on 15. Whoa, it's a lot of speed. It's a very vertical level. And this is back to Mount Celise. Yeah, that was fast. So close. Yeah, this area is pretty good for speed. And get this, if you go all the way on the right edge, you can just fall continuously. It's a good way to get some experience. That is a glitch. Just discovered a new glitch. Balls. Now, I don't remember if that one's locked, but notice the keys here. Nope, that one's not locked. See, that's a proper entry. I'll just go to the other side. And this is Mount Celise, or Harina Plains. That is the proper entry. That's how it's supposed to occur. That's how you get into Mount Celise. And you have to have the high jump ability to really be able to get into this area in the first place. Ah, unlocked. Notice how the key is missing now, because it was used. Yeah, here we go with all the coins and balls and stuff. I just love getting balls scattered all over the place. They're my favorite objects. That one found the slope. That is Helena Forest. Wow, with a lot of speed. Jump up and over that. Some crazy platforms here. Helen Town, okay. I think Terran Crypt was over here. Because I don't think you've seen Terran Crypt yet. Caution, might be too scary for you to handle. Whoa, yeah. Got lightning, all these tombstones, all that ash up there, broken bent metal fence. Oh my goodness, this area is creepy. There's a haunted manor. This is a crypt. I don't know if I want to go in here. All these tombstones like crazy. Final key there. Ooh, treasure. It might be haunted. Balls. Phew. Danger. Haunted. Oh yeah, I was right. It's haunted. Okay, got another crypt here. What What do I do? What do I do? There's spikes. Let's climb this up. Ah, there's Harina Plains. I don't know. Should I go in there? Let's get out of this crypt. It's too scary. Ah, the rat and bat nest. You remember this area, right? One of the first things I showed. And out of keys. No! And out of keys. Need keys. I guess let's just go back to the crypt. Ooh, got to avoid the spikes. What was that? What was that? What was that? Key! I can open a chest. Okay, so that one's got MP in it. That, if I remember, is an MP potion. 13 MP. Oh, I forgot about the spikes. Yikes. Ooh, that one hurt. Gotta be careful here. Gotta watch the speeds. But I like to go fast. Gotta run from the zombie and the werewolf and Gotta watch those spikes. You might notice these tombstones are at all kinds of different distances here. Balls! I want balls. Okay, didn't touch the spikes. Whew. Ooh, I touched the spikes. No! Key. Wait a minute. Ooh. That tombstone looks a little out of place, like it's about to fall over. Ooh, that's a bigger area of spikes. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is this area at? I'm lost here. Oop. Watch the spikes. I can't go all the way up. If you're going too fast, you won't be able to latch onto a ladder. So you got to be very careful with that. Okay, well, there's this ladder. Let's try going up this. What's up here? So many tombstones. My goodness, this is getting scary. I see there's a jump I can try to make. Ooh, a fiend key. I don't know if I should be going this way. Okay. No spikes. Whew. I do want to kind of work those clouds a little better. The art for them is kind of a little off compared to normal. But yeah, you get pretty close to them. And it's not water clouds, it's ash. Oh, what was this? What was this? La Crente. That is the town for Terran Crypt. I currently do not have it in working order right now. Something is a little strange here. See something that's kind of shining through? See this right here? Something is not right there. That is a mid-ground filler error. So I did not fully fill it. Need this. Okay. We'll just use one single giant block of all this. All filled. Fixed. Whew. No bug. Hey, what's this? It's not there anymore. Fixed! Wow, it's fixed. What's with the red spring? Where does this lead? Ooh, nope, not that way. Maybe if I change out to just regular stuff and get rid of the abilities. This is what it's like at game start. So, let's see, I'm just exploring along. Oh, great, I can't get up that. How do I get up this way? Well, I can get up this way. But getting up that is looking to be really difficult to do. Ah, there we go. Use slope jumping. There I am over there. But there's another way. What's with that red spring? Hey, well, what do you know? That was easy. That's what that red spring is for. Weffalusa Crypt. Okay. Got a key. That's a final key. Spikes. Whoa. Good thing I saw those. A bunch of diamonds. So, looks like a dead end that way. That seems a little slow. I don't remember it being that slow. Ah, another entrance. Ooh, found the spikes. And that's how I get out that way. So, what do you think of Terran Crypt? Ain't it scary? Is it so scary that it's scared the skeleton out of you? Distless Swamp, okay. Yep, and then this is my unfinished level. Or one of them anyway. Way over here, if I have it. I do have Marin Cave. And there's a 66, so I know there's a level edge marker. Notice how the textures kind of transition a bit. I do need to fix this. What's the deal with that? Something's not right about that, so I know I need to go fix that. So what's this area all about? And there's a fiend key. I gotta go fight a monster now. Ah, can't quite get up there. Use slope jumping to your advantage. Oh wow, don't have very much there. But in case you're wondering on that, the only way you're going to get across all this, because that is deep mud and deep swamp water, this is Farissa, which is actually complete, or extremely close to complete, except for the NPCs. Okay. I don't remember exactly how it was supposed to be done, but you're supposed to go up and over instead. Could work this level map a little bit. Let's see here. This is Desolate Swamp. I don't know. I wonder if this might be scarier than the Terran Crypt, because you got all that algae covered swamp water and you can barely even see anything in because it's so murky. Typical of an actual swamp. It's supposed to be very gentle. Now we're really getting into the main, not quite the main mud pool. This is now the main mud puddle. And that's as low as it gets because the rules are one full block on the bottom. Wow. Really big, deep swamp area, isn't it? Save progress again. Okay. No mud there. Okay. So we've got some there. Well, I'm going to add a mud object in. Okay, span, currently I do not know. Can't really see it until I get rid of that cover. I'm also not in the right spot either. Oh, duh. Span of 0. There we go. Yeah. In case you're wondering what I'm doing, that's the number of pixels of a shift down from the surface that would be. Because the surface is always the halfway point, so I'm lining it up with that. And then the A, data A, is the span of it in blocks. Two more. Okay. Now we got a nice little refreshing pool of mud. Want to go swimming in some mud? Swamp mud at that? Here's a deeper pool of mud. That spreads quite a ways. Yeah, this puddle of mud goes on for a really long way. Can go up to a maximum of 1,024. Wow. It still ain't even close to the end point. In case you're wondering about trying to cross the swamp, If you do it the normal way, just simply trying to walk across, you're going to risk drowning. And with that mud being there, it's just going to slow your movement down as you're trying to get across it. You can barely even see what's in there. And when you're starting to try to get out this way, look how slow you sink into this. And it's like, should I try to continue? Because you're not going to get out of here. I might as well go back and find another way. Yeah, makes you wonder, am I even going to make it at all? There we go, I can get some air. Except there's a slope there again. But this is game starting specs. So, okay, yep, I make it. Barely, though. So, yeah, that's your warning. Don't go that way. That mud does get pretty deep. Wow. It's like, how do you get out of this? And of course, not to mention, you have to be fighting monsters along the way too, not just running around. So, yeah, that's one of the things about this area. The only way you're going to get across this is to use this up here. And if you want to do it in a safe manner, you might want to pick up the warp spell first. But you'll need to find which great fiend happens to have that. Which means you might need to get to like Mount Salith, for example. Might be there, could be in Lake Shelley. Like, which great fiend is it going to be? Well, it's going to be for you to figure out. With that aside, I'm going to continue on with normal terrain here. Of course, if you have double jump ability, another thing you can do, of course, once you start landing in the mud, you can just jump from that. It's another way of getting across. Or if you pick up the glide ability, you can just glide across. But as to which fiends have which ones, abilities, that's for you to discover. So of course you got a bit of an island here, so it might be like you'd think it'd be like a moment's reprieve, considering you can just stand here and repeatedly jump and you can recover your air. But all that mud, of course a really skilled and talented player might find a way to get around that. But still, it's way easier to just use the area up above, because that's what the intent is. And of course, there's a final key hiding in here. I'll just move it over here. up too high. Wow, another deep puddle of mud above. Yep, getting close here. It's getting out of the swamp. Yep, starting to get up into some pretty good hills now that we're past the swamp itself. feel I'm deviating a little bit. Okay, copy that, and where am I at? I wonder where that leads. Up to that, it looks like. Two ends are getting really close to joining up right now. Ooh, it's a really steep section here. Ah, I must be using the red spring. I wonder if that's going to be accessible, though. Because without fast travel, getting around is you have a sort of drag effect when you end up going too fast. Well, now they're joined. So now I can get all the way across. Except I want to test this section here. It's got me a little bugged. I need a red spring. Yeah, you already lose your speed. There's another tactic I can try to use. That would hit that terrain there. Nope, that's not going to work. Too much of that speed, so I'm probably going to have to pop another spring or something. Or maybe there was another design in mind. Okay, so you got that, and you got that. Oh, I don't know if the red spring's going to get that high. Yeah, it'll reach that. Got a bit of a puzzle here to figure out. Because that's clearly not going to be it. A treasure chest here. That will reach that. What's the 1 by 2 there? Unexpected problem. Let's copy it. That's the spot for it. Yeah, that gets you up and over it. But then the problem with doing that is it provides access to all those. How high did that make me jump? Don't need that. So if that does that high, I will have to set that higher and move that key. In case you're wondering, the 1x2 like this, that is a key if it's got a number by it. If it's a 2x1 like that, that is a treasure chest. The 2x3 in red, that is a fiend key, or one of the possible locations. The green here is where a vault key is, which is part of a side quest. Okay, assuming no obstructions. Yeah, because you would make that. But what can I put there? Okay, so if this is just continuous, okay. Okay, that's a high jump area. Well, just a really small adjustment is all. I have an incorrect alignment. So switch to alignment mode. Oh, duh. Set the alignment correctly. Got to update it. There we go, bulk aligned. Of course, not all this is aligned, but now it is. All those. Gotta love the bulk set feature. Okay, so how was that accessed? I wonder if that might be high jump with that spring. Or maybe a glide from over there. Another 240 blocks added in. Yeah. Definitely looks like it's got to be from high jump, so let me try to see what happens there. Yeah, clearly a high jump for sure. Yep, obvious. Okay, so I can confirm that is a high jump area. But now, of course, this is thrown off. Oh my goodness. Getting to that boss is really something here. Okay, well, I'm going to go to another area now. I've done Preglessa. How'd you like to see the carnival? Ooh, isn't that pretty? And that is where you enter in from. Oh, convenient red spring. Isn't that just so pretty? Love the stars. And if you look really closely, they actually twinkle. Okay, let's just get some speed here. Ooh, puffs, puffs, puffs. The reason part of the issue is that this area is meant for having high jump at bare minimum. Although, yeah, without fast travel, getting up that is going to be very difficult. Wrong mode. Oh wow, even with fast travel, he still can't get up that. Yeah, I think it's because you're supposed to get up on that. So I'm thinking, if I create a platform that is exactly at that height that I need, I think I'll go here. Create a platform, just a fixed one. Nodes, I'll set the span to 6. Need light colored platforms. None of that is relevant because it's fixed. Those are actually lanterns, like paper lanterns. Yeah, these colored objects right here, these are lanterns. It's one of those that you put a little flame in there, and then the flame keeps it suspended from there. It's kind of like a hot air balloon, but not quite. It's small. Although these ones are actually a little up there in the size. So getting up to that is easy enough. Move it up a block. What happens? Okay, it is accessible. Should probably test that again because of how close that was. Ah, yeah. It's only 2 pixels, so it needs to be minimum 8. So at this point, I would say I'm going to have a series of moving platforms. I would say 2 is sufficient enough. So you can choose to go up or to the left. You're asking what certain place is. What are you referring to? Like the place I'm in now? Or the previous place? Okay, so to make moving platforms that are going to link to it, I think I'm just going to use a simple setup. Lot of stop time. Not very fast. Need 9. Because it's the 9 o'clock position. I'll try 16. Oh, it's Lorraine's Carnival is the name of it. The name of the place. So this will go left 16. So So that would be 62. So that's where it will stop at. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 5. If I make another one there, a gap of 4. Now I'm going to do another 16. 37. Okay. This one's going to be a little different. 10 o'clock position, 2 o'clock position, I mean 4 o'clock, but it ain't going to be 16. So I put it at 8. And 256. So close. So if I use 12, that means it's now going to be going all the way to 5. No. So that would be 9 and 252. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yep, you can jump up onto that to get to a red spring that I do not actually have here. Okay, well, let's test some platforms. For best results, since I don't have the map, I know what's going on. The fact that it's a diagonal desynchronizes it. Only effective way I can do that is to move this up and then have that up. Or copy that. Okay. So this is, can't use 20, it desyncs them. 16 will resynchronize them. So it'd be 15, that's where it stops at. Width of the platform, the next one, plus a bit of jump height. So I need about 12. 15. So it's 15, 54. That's going to be 16 that way. I'm going to be able to get 2. I could desync this one. It's a vertical platform. Really narrow though. Or do I got you going the wrong direction? That long wait, that won't be a problem. How does this work? Yeah, that's easily reachable, so I would say this setup would work for a return route. So why is that inaccessible? I don't get that. So I got these platforms. What's the top of this? 55, so that means this would be the absolute lowest possible. 64. Let's just see if this is accessible in the first place. Yep, that is accessible. But of course, making the jump is another matter. Yeah. I love these colorful platforms here. So that could have been used. got to reload the level in order to resynchronize them. So I will just restart this way and see how this goes. Gotta test tricky jumps. Yep. Oh, big puffs. Woohoo, do you see those puffs? I think the problem might be that that is a little narrow. So I will just simply widen that just to see how that pans out. Yeah, much better. That probably would have made it that time anyway. I think this is double jump territory. No, it's not. And I'm right back to the beginning area. Big puffs! Yeah, I think I'll revert. With enough skill, it is doable. Yep. Just got to make sure I don't put any monsters in there. Or I could, but make the platform wider. Yeah, I'm going to go back to what I had. And of course, this section is like a double jump section, maybe? No. Where is it? But anyway, you want to see something really crazy? Low stats, not going to get it very much. Berserk went through. Haste, that's what I needed. Okay. Watch the mayhem. Right here. Ready for it? Watch the mayhem. Look at all those balls and stuff just zipping by at high speed. Yeah, you're still going. I just love doing this to Treasure. Still going. It's still going. And I think that's about it. This crazy area. This is the section for where it's probably one of the best places to level up in the game. I call it Running Lorraine. This is the town of Leicester. This is Ingrid Lorraine's house. Hostess. And got a direction of DOWN to figure out. I love the windows though, the way I've designed the windows. Closed? Oh, the carnival's closed. But if you look closely here, you can see these are candles. Got a lit torch, of course. These are a desk. It's like a larger table here. Got the edge of the table here. It's like a smaller room or something like that. And you got the sky glow, kind of a glow from the candle, just barely visible there. Rooms that are unoccupied, thanks to Pono. That's a potion shop, in case you're wondering. One of only 3 in the game, I think. Accessory shop, nothing special there. Magic shop. Another inn. Leicester has 9 inns. 9 of them. I'm going to, let's see. Floor SB, sub-basement. Whoa, we're way too low. Let's go up. Floor 1. Okay, I accept that. Oh my goodness, look at all these floors. Floor 19. Okay, why is there a treasure chest here? Level edge marker, there is a torch there. And then these are the biggest of the big. Those are the biggest torches. Why are they so big? The reason is they serve as a beacon for the desert travelers, because this area is in the desert. So that way they can see from very far away. So, got some nice lore in here. And yes, that is an inn. Wow, times 11. Yeah, you can gain more than 1 level at a time. If you really, really push for it, I think the max possible is something like 60. Balls. 1. Floor 30. Wow, we got a lot of floors. Puff over the edge. You gotta have, ooh, unfinished stuff here. Yeah, I haven't quite fully finished this, but it's got a lot of progress on it. And Leicester is actually the mayor of the town. Armor shop. And what's with this icon? This is actually a fortune teller. This one in particular will answer how type questions. The town of LaCrente has the other one that's for where type questions. Storage, it's dead. Loose balls. Prism stage. I want you to take note of that. Collecting all the random balls that's scattered about. Doesn't this look familiar? Prism stage. You saw that, right? Nice slow moving flag. Population going up, going up. It's like that sign's been edited. Oh, boss. That was an easy find. Key. Wow, I got another key. This area right here is actually another good spot for working power leveling type stuff. Now the question is which spring do I use? There's so many of them. They're all random. Well, this looks nice and open, but of course it's kind of cheating a little bit because I got the debug map. Key. Treasure magnet? Oh, it doesn't reach it. How do I get to that key? No. Double jump territory, but of course, ultimate accessory drastically jacks up your jumping ability. And then some. Key! I think there was supposed to be some platforms or something for getting to that. Yeah, that's what it is. There's a platform there. Yeah, it's double jump territory. That's what it is. No, not quite. Maybe if I do a little trick with the blue spring. Now, what I need is some random basic accessory. I don't remember how I did it. Frame advance, jump at the edge. Nope, it's not that. How did I set that up? Ah, I think that's why. What is this position? Something is strange about the text there. Okay, so max double jump height is 18. So I have 453, so that means 435. This is where it has to be. I wonder what happened here. And then I don't think you're going to be able to get into that. delete all that. So it was for 18. 44 is max jump height. I think I had a reason for it being lower like that. Six B, there's something there. That's a chest key. It's already declared collected. That's a final key. Differences in the puffs. Missed them all. Okay, this is now accessible. Double jump up that. Uh-oh. Well, this pattern seems to repeat. Wow. Yeah, that's a lot. I wonder if I can use a spring there. Ooh, I got an idea. Have this go over some. Pop a ladder right in this area, then have a moving platform that goes over and up. That would be an interesting idea. It's 8. So I can actually just delete all these. Yeah, because I don't have any of those. No spring. Got a ladder. Man, it's a long one. It would be a ceiling ladder. So 5 to 68. Will it go long enough? Where does 60 put it? Should be able to jump up to that and grab it. Okay. Except I want to move this more this way. relatively short ladder. Because you'll need to use double jump, maybe? Nah, I'm going to reject that. It's going to be a weird one, and I don't have it marked, so that's going to require some trial and error a little bit. Platform. How many nodes it's going to be, randomize it. I want to make this one a pretty fast one. But with sufficient enough stop time. It's not the fastest, but it'll be up there. So left 10. Actually, I want to do it that way instead. There. Up is good. To the right. More to the right. So it goes there to there, to there to there. I want to make it go down instead. So 5 nodes. Okay, from the orange, it goes to there, to there, to there, to there. Weird one. Well, let's see how it comes out. Whoa, that was a fast one. does need to go up a fair bit more. Ah, it's because vertices do not match up. It's not going back to a previous location. Yep, exactly that. Let's try this again. That's relatively easy to get onto. So that's how I'd get to the key. Although, I think I still want it to go a little more complex yet. So I want it to go up more. So do 11. So that'll put it up by 24. Five, 4 o'clock position. Six is down. So it goes to there, up to there, over to there, down to there. Okay, I need another node. As long as it repeats a node, it's good. Wow, this is complicated. I accidentally pressed the button. Something about that didn't seem right. Yeah, that's what it is. It's going too much over. Close though. So it goes that way, up to there. This is a weird pattern, but yeah, this is a very good sense on the level of complexity I can put into platforms. And there's a reason for having it do that, because I can jump like that, and I would be able to like make use of having like a treasure area over here. By using the platform's momentum to jumping, you can transfer that and get up into this area. Hmm. Nope, I'll put it there. That will create conflicts. You can see that coming. Okay, that's good. Okay, now I want to add a treasure chest in. So, one thing to note, look at the map here. See how I got a D labeled here? Notice how I got the coincidence marking as A? If I adjust ID, which is data A, now it'll match what this is. And it turns out, well, I also can get a sense of what the normal contents are supposed to be. Treasure chests are a 2x1 object, so I'll just pop a treasure chest right over there. I'll move it over here. I want to put like a wall of some kind here. Didn't seem like it did anything. That is the only problem. What just happened? That was weird. The reason is I need to create a barricade. Solid edge. To make it impassable. Yeah, I know the texture looks weird. It's one of those bugs I need to fix. Okay, let's test that. Where's this section at? Right here. May not have to wait. Okay. Nice transfer. There we go. Balls! Love those things. Bunch of diamonds. More balls. So many balls. Okay, well that answers that. Okay, it looks like they're all over the place. And they might even be getting whacked by that platform on occasion too. There is that chance. Okay, I got a really good idea for this section. It eliminates a lot of that. Okay, well, I think I want to show another area. Where are you? Let's go to the coast. Wow, ain't this a pretty looking area? Remember the reference to Ingrid Lorraine? Wow. So, what do I got here? A mess. Darusin is the town of the area. A lot of islands. And that goes to Nesdi Desert. And this is all ocean. Pirate ship with treasure. But if you might notice, the pirate ship is broken because it's actually sunk. Pirate flag. Up above, you got coral reef and you got fish. And of course, higher up, well, you got all your familiar stuff. V, okay, I already got that one. I've got some progress on this area, just not particularly a lot. Yeah, it looks like this area might be unfinished. Where is that coming from? Odd green. Oh, okay, I get it now. Yeah, that's terrain that I started but didn't finish. So yeah, this one's got maybe a third finished as far as its level actually goes. And as usual, I want to rework the clouds. Get a better texture on them. Puffs. Wow, going too fast here. And I missed. Wow, where is it? Treasure! Balls! Nothing. I like that level up animation. I even got a really nice sound effect for it. It's music based though, of course. They settle in all kinds of locations. There's the balls over here. There they are. And when air is getting low, you might want to note the meter there. It's taking longer than I thought it would. It's supposed to change colors, but apparently I don't have that working. As long as your head's above the surface, yeah, even though he's in it right now, it recovers air. So I think I got another bug to fix. But this is the game's most dedicated water area. Care for the desert, get away from all that blue, make it all nice and dry. I don't have too much progress on this one though, because mostly I want to update the level map. Because these sand dunes are too high. Note the rocket shape. That was actually intentional, believe it or not. Got some stairs here. Vergeltz, I find, is one of the strangest town names I've got. And then you got the boss way up here, so you got to approach the boss from the Veneris coast side. Or if you have some really serious skill, you might utilize some of the, like this spring up here, and just do a really long glide to get to it. But yeah, these sand dunes are way too high. I want to cut them to about like a third of that height. And too steep. So that's about the major issue with this area. Otherwise, I love the background, especially the random pyramid. Yeah, it's supposed to be one of those alcoves. Yeah, you just slow down way too much. It's good shape and stuff, it's just too much. Yeah, it's a very horizontal area. Well, that's the desert. Accelerating and accelerating and accelerating. I think I got a block there and made no edits, so that's good there. Whoa, God, that makes a lot of puffs. I love the parallax with these islands as well. I want to show you Jerusalem real quick. It's the town for the area. Of course, tropics means, well, what kind of tree would you expect? Kind of hidden in with the... Although it is actually in the foreground, so it's not conflicting with the potential flame from the torch. Random crates. Gotta love these things. They're all over the place. And in case you're wondering, there's only one variation of each type of tree. Just one. There's an item shop, weapon shop. Ladder. Where does this go? Rip. Oh. There's the wet stuff. Splash. Basically, it's underneath the pillar. Now, of course, if you need help getting up, well, that's what the spring's for. Magic shop. Ooh, wait, what's this? There's another ladder here. More crates, another fishing station. It's a pier. Storage, registration for those that come in by ship. And speaking of ship, guess what this is over here? It is a ship. Climb up the ladder. And you got one of these observation decks known as a crow's nest. That's top of the mast. Here's another one. That's the top. Lots of crates on the ship. Because it isn't just passengers coming along, it's also merchandise from other countries, and kingdoms and stuff like that. And this is the bow, or the stern of the ship. The bow is the front side. Ooh boy, this is deep. Oh good, there's a spring. And I just missed it. Sink, 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 sink. Oh my goodness. Something about those tombstones is not right. I don't remember them being up like that. Get out of there. Laying right on the roof. All these random ladders. Weapon shop there. Accessory shop, armor shop. I'm getting close to the start, and I'm going to Darugan. There's one area, I don't remember where it was. It's really close. That area, okay. Ah, I think I know now. Secret passage. That's what I was trying to find. Little tiny crate. So little. That's all there is there. Even complete with houses here. Right in the middle of nowhere. Here's that secret passage again, and there you go. There's one other area, I don't remember where it was. Lake Shelley. That's where it was. Okay, the quickest way to there. Ah, Craella Plateau. Oh, I don't have that passage there? Huh. Okay, well, you know what I'm going to do, right? I'm going to add it in. Nice little plus sign. Passage. It's a 4x4 object, 43 is the link destination, so I need to set data A to 43. Y offset, that is exactly on, so that's good, so I can leave that at 0. C to E are not used. And there's the passage there. And then I need to put a sign right by it. There's always going to be a sign. Error spring. Wow. Sign. Okay. So the text ID is going to be the name of the area, Craella Plateau. And arrows. Since it's basically right there, there are no arrows. Y offset's good, so there you go. I do want to move it over a little bit. Save that. Let's enter it. This is a background I really want to change, though, because I am not very happy with it, except for the river section. It's way too repetitive otherwise. Whoa! Ooh, oops. That's ice water. That will do damage to you. Unless, of course, you have the ice resist ability. Oopsie. Wow, I keep missing everything. I need to raise my accuracy stat. Of course, there is no accuracy stat in this game. But you can get miss pop-ups with normal combat. What was the entrance point over here? Shelley? Yep, Lake Shelley. It's the upper area of that. If you might notice how everything is linked, this is up really high on Lake Shelley. Here's the Mount Celise entrance. You got Skyless Temple way up there. It's like everything is really nicely linked. There's the desert. There's the town of Sheldon. And then it's all blue down there, so you're not going to find much. There's that boss. Marin Cave is kind of low, but you got Desolate Swamp. That's pretty low. This Mount Celise entrance is, of course, the lower entrance. Seeing how everything's all nicely interconnected. And I guess that's really everything for the most part. So here's this Lake Shelley entrance from Mount Celise. And of course, if I were to go over here, the bug. So you remember this Lake Shelley entrance? There's that Mount Celise. That's from falling all that way down. There's the normal re-entrance routine. And then back to Harina Plains, which of course Mount Celise is, well, the uppermost section of Harina Plains. Whew, barely missed that. Nice long fall, getting this background excited. Here's Prince Calvin. Just watching him going. He's a very athletic one. Chaser. Yeah, never know what he's gonna do. And of course, ooh, Look at that. He jumped right up on the roof. But, let's see, all my stuff here, I got NPC data. Prince Calvin, right there. He does all kinds of random jumps, might choose to jump on the roof. Pretty good AI, ain't it? He'll actually even jump on the tax collector building. That's so exciting. He decides to jump on that. He jumps on that. Now he really gets going. Training center, the only one that's got that symbol. Random jump out of nowhere. Didn't decide to jump on the tax collector office going this way. Now this is the castle's grounds. Should be turning around. Yep, right there. Nice high jump, random short jump. Will he jump on? He jumps right on the tax collector building. Sometimes he'll jump on springs. Use them as a speed boost. So, what do you think about all this? Really complex NPC behaviors, very in-depth and elaborate world building. Short jump. It's randomized. Rental. Town hall. Armor shop. That NPC will just give descriptions on how that works. Accessory shop. Got a wide variety of all kinds of different designs. I don't know what that was. That seemed a little weird. And he stands to watch. About halfway through. Just about, and boom, there he goes. Yep, and this whole pattern repeats again. And it's got randomization involved. That's just one of the complex NPCs. Let's see, which one is it you? So I guess for now, that's pretty much about everything there really is to setting everything. Let's see what else is there. Let's get to the correct area. Error tombstone. Small torch, got a horse, got a keg, coffin. You'll only find that in one area. Oh, these are like special objects. Equipment rack. Animal feed. Animal water. Hay bales. I might not have the images for all of these either. Bookshelf, small table, large table, calendar, general portraits, King Barry portraits, Queen Anne, and royal family all together, general landscape art. Yeah, there's a lot of decorative stuff. Castle support column. Undefined. And of course I got some special things. Wagons, carriages, undefined other objects. Invalid type. So that's the basics of creating levels in Baricanna, as far as I can tell. Label sign, yeah, there's a lot of these. All the different piers, swim lessons, kingdom gates. And then I got reserves for extras. Ah, here's the floor number signs for a basement, sub-basement. Knight and Wizard Training Center. Starts there. Floor 30. Yeah, and then that just goes out of bounds. There is no floor 51. Emblem banner. Yeah, there's different varieties of these. Yeah, you'll find those on Skyla's Temple. Elevation, 6153 meters. That's the base of the temple. Error? Wow. So it's size error by error. I wonder what size that is. A lava heat glow you've seen. Emblem banner. Didn't I just do that? Oh, yeah. Oh, going in the reverse direction. Horse, cow. That's something that might be a little too scary. You'll only find that in Terran Crypt. Rest in pieces. Oh dear, what a threat. The boss of the area does that. Trying to shoo everybody away by scaring everybody. You might be familiar with that. Equipment rack. That's what that is, just for reference. I want to put this in a better spot. That's not a good spot. This is a good spot. Oh wow, it's all down low. Okay. But that's basically how it's supposed to look. In case you're wondering on these have torches mounted onto these. That's all the different poles. Animal feed. Yep, I don't have that graphic yet. Pitchfork, I need to set a plane for it. 0 to 5. 1 by 2. I'm going to set you at 15. That's the pitchfork. Empty wagon, I don't have the graphics for those, nor those. Okay, well, I guess that's all I got. Seems Seems like I'm missing something. Where's the torch? I haven't seen those. Monsters I can't implement because I don't have those implemented in yet. Keys, spikes. Oh, B is the span. Want to play in some spikes? Ceiling spikes are these ones here. They would actually be mounted there. Left wall spikes are these. Right wall spikes are these. Error spikes? I wonder what those are. Platforms I've covered. Treasure chests already covered. Save points, all there is for that is every area, wilderness area, will have 2 save points. One will always be right next to a town, like this one is. Always going to have a sign indicating it. In this case, that one's pointing that way, so, you know, it's that away. Why are these missing? Bounding box 0. Something is not right. Bug! There's supposed to be a bunch of crates there. There are no NPCs here. Info center is like a small sign, but I don't have the graphics for them yet. Error info center. Wow. Dalton's group is actually a special thing that's story related. It's like a side quest sort of thing. And you got all the different trees. That's basically the oak tree. Doing that so you can get a better visual on it. You've seen the palms. Aspens you'll find in the mountain areas. Sassafras. Those you'll find all over the place. Spruces are among my favorites. Pine trees, typically in the higher elevations. Willow trees, my favorite real world tree. Elm tree. Error tree. What's an error tree? Anybody know what an error tree is? And let's see. For some reason the crates are not working. That's why they're not showing up in that one spot, because for some reason they are not working. So I have a bug to fix, but why is it working in other areas, just not here? I don't get it. And then what's an error crate? small tombstone. That looks a little scary. Oh my goodness, that is huge. Oh my goodness. That boss sure does not want you getting into their area. So scary. Really scary. Let's get rid of this. I don't want it. It's too scary. What's an air tombstone? I don't know if I want an air tombstone because it might sound better than the normal ones. Fishing station, yeah, you're familiar with those. I've already showed those. Label sign, yeah, you've seen all these. Familiar, right? What else is there? I've already showed those. Lava heat glow. And I think that's about it. Air torch. So size is small, large, giant. Oh, we have air torches as well. Seems like we got air versions of so many things. So facing, 0 is left. D. I don't remember how I manipulated that at D. Ah. Okay, so that's how it was done. You might remember this from the roof, right? The roof of that carnival area. It's nice and big, isn't it? And then you got your classic small torch. There's your lit version of it. Nope, I want to go with a large torch. It's pretty big. And then I want to go with, not that, but I want it lit. I would like to modify the flame a little bit because it looks a little off. But other than that, yeah, that's about it really. Air torch. I wonder if there's an air horse. And of course you always got your empty objects, ladders, passages, level edge markers. Yep, all these sorts of things have been added in. So I guess what's next at this point? Well, I guess this probably might just be the end of the stream for now. There's a key. I want to grab it because it looks just nice and pretty. And there's another key here. What happens when you get more keys than what shows there? It just gets rid of all the icons, just puts X quantity. There's a maximum of 48 keys because there's 48 locked treasure chests. Fiend keys there are a maximum of 12 of. So, what do you think? A lot to it, isn't it? There's a lot of little intricacies to deal with for Baricanna. Zipping along at high speed, and of course they end up in the river. Some little platforms here. Nice little level map template. Wow, that's a lot of objects. Oh yeah, there's another thing. Here's the spring. That's what it was. Gee. Get in that stuff. It's wetter than wet in there, so you need to get in there. Green spring. Alright, well, of course, if you like my stream, my next stream I'm currently planning on will be for the making music. I currently don't have a date, but keep a watch on my Patreon, and that will provide any further updates as necessary. So, this stream was all formed by Ulillillia. Thank you very much for watching. I do appreciate everyone who has watched. If you don't mind the high speed, because I like speed. And temporary stop. And I guess that will be it. Have great fun.